Okay, so we're recording. We'll wait a few more seconds to begin. Hi, Moshe. Hi. Okay, so it's 5 p.m. I think we'll begin today's class. So a couple of announcements. First, I saw your messaging on Slack about talking and asking during class. And I think so far the questions have been mainly on the chat, and whoever finds it comfortable, keep using the chat if this is the way you feel comfortable doing it. If you want to join the session, use your microphone and speak up. You're welcome to break me at any time. I always leave time at the end of slides and ask if anybody has any questions. If you prefer to use the microphone, this is the best time to use it, but you can always interrupt me and ask questions. Of course, we should find a balance where I'm doing most of the talking and teaching, but if we have a time dedicated for questions, then this is your time, and whoever feels more comfortable to create a discussion, I encourage it. So this was the first thing. Now I want to just open the schedule with you and just show you the schedule for the next few lessons. So the last lesson, this lesson, August 8th, we are presenting the information security projects. I've selected a few selected projects just according to whoever submitted it first. So I had the chance to take a look at it and send you comments. And some of you have created very similar tools. So I've just selected the first one that I reviewed and talked to this individual just to make sure that he's able to briefly present it. No extra preparation needed. So we're going to go through some projects. It is going to be a productive session. Each and every one of you have researched on a topic that we haven't talked about yet, most of you. And so we're going to be looking at Python codes today, new libraries, new concepts, and this was all done by you. So I think it's a good, we'll end this class all feeling good with ourselves. And the next session we're starting a few topics that are covered by the syllabus of the CEH, Certified Ethical Hacker Certificate. So we're going to start and talk a little bit more about hacking. So the next 3 lessons are going to be about network security. And at the end of these 3 lessons, we're going to have an exam, and I'm going to publish, this time I'm going to publish the exam materials up ahead. So after this class, I'll publish it on Slack, and then if you'll have questions, you can ask on Slack or at the beginning of the next class, and it will be about network security. So, and then we're moving on to the next subjects, but this is for another time. Any questions about the schedule for the next month? Okay. So today, as I've already mentioned, I've selected a few projects, and if it is going to be productive and we're going to fill all of these hours with the projects, then we'll keep doing that. And in case we'll run out of productive projects to present, then we're going to just move on to the class of next week. and just going to start and talk about anonymity. About the projects themselves. So we have a few people that I've contacted. So first, Malia will be presenting us her project. I'm going to give you the Zoom in 1 minute. Then I would like Bracha to talk about ransomwares. So she will present to us briefly about recent history of ransomwares, and then we're going to take a look at her code for a simple basic Python ransomware. Then we're going to talk with Ella, and we are going to explain together, Ella and I, what is a web scraper. And we're going to take a look at her code and see in Python how a very simple, not simple, actually a very nice short code for a nice web scraper is implemented. I'm going to show you Moshe's code briefly. Specifically, I want to show you the SYN attack code that he created to talk to you about a specific Python library that I want you to know. Simon is going to tell us about what is a remote shell. Okay, he created a Python remote shell. So Simon, you and I, we're going to talk a little bit about what is a remote shell and when we need such a tool. And if we'll have time, we'll talk. Rivka Phillips, I don't remember if you eventually told me that it's possible or not. We'll see as the evening goes on, okay, to talk about your work. And I will mention others' work as well as we move on, okay? Any questions before we start? No. Okay, so Malia, would you like to, do you want to share your screen or just, you don't need the screen? Take the stage.
Hi, okay, yeah, I'll just share it. It's going to be easier. Didn't really have that much time to prepare, so let's just share this.
So just a few more words. Most of you submitted it around Thursday, and of course there was Shabbat between Thursday and today. I've immediately, as I checked your projects, I sent you a message asking if you're willing. You didn't have to prepare. We're everybody here. We are not judging anyone. It's just supposed to be fun, okay? So Malia, I believe it will take around 20 minutes. You can take plus minus a few minutes, whatever feels comfortable.
Sure. Okay. So I did a report. I'm actually not so great at the technical part of it. So research is something that really talks to me. And I really enjoyed the research and learning all about it. I found social engineering is actually fascinating because it's not only, you have to have two parts to it. It's not only knowing the technical how of, going into something and creating some type of ransomware, but it's also understanding the psychology behind human beings and how they tick and how to exploit that for, the benefit of being able to attack them. So I'm saying just a basic overview of what I did here. I mean, you can see here a little bit on the slide, all my headings, titles. What is social engineering? That's the basic two steps. That it first investigates the victim. It takes, what was interesting, I remember Hannah, I think, said last time that you need a lot of patience to be a cyber criminal. And when you look into social engineering, it's amazing how these people are so smart and they're using like so much psychology and so much know-how of the computer. And you're like, why don't they go get themselves a normal job instead of attacking people? But anyways, it's still fascinating how they're able to do all this. So basically, they are using human beings as the first step of defense, which is that every company is employing human beings and we all have our weaknesses. And in the report, I go later on to say which weaknesses specifically they attack. Oops, it's telling me my internet connection is not stable. Okay, I hope this will work. And through that's like the weakest link, and it's very hard because like every company has to have human beings. They can't just rely on machines, and it's much harder to always make sure everybody is doing the right thing and not allowing anybody to break into their computer. So this is like, what is it? The art of deception is, how they able to use that to get in, to deceive people, and make them think, oh, I'm a good guy, and so people always want to be nice to them, and then get them in. There's examples, and then I just basically went through the history, the evolution, how it changed. Social engineering was not only used for ransomware on computers. It goes back into the time of, I'm sure most of you have heard of the Trojan Horse, is that, the Greeks, they were fighting, and then they were giving up. They were fighting against the Troy, and they said it was very hard for them. And finally, they said they made believe they're giving up. And they set a wooden horse there with a bunch of soldiers inside. And the people inside said, oh, wow, great, they left. And they took the horse inside, and they had the people come out. The soldiers came out at night and let them all in. So that was just like how social engineering, people always are able to use human weaknesses. Like that was with, armies and fighting and war, but now it went over to cyber. Then I just quickly wrote, the whole history is a Trojan horse attack. This is what I just discussed. And then there's different things, even in the 90s, this was going on. And today, how they do it, all the different techniques, how they do it. There's baiting, there's all types of stuff. I'm going to go into it a little bit more detail in another minute. And then what I find the most fascinating part is how they understand the psychology behind how people tick, and like all the different things that make us want to help somebody or make us make mistakes, because we're all human. So there's like just 7 different ways that we like authority, we like when people like us, all these different things. And then and then I put in the ways that we can prevent it, the 10 different ways that we can try to. I personally find that the most helps me a lot when let's say my boss is constantly sending out, do not click on anything, do not click on anything. When you keep getting those reminders at work, it's like, okay, don't, because it's like you always forget, you know what I mean? And then the next day it's like, oh, I get this email from somebody at work who I know, and they're like, don't click on anything, don't click on anything. And personally, I find that helps the most, but whatever. This is like all the 10 different ways. And then at the end of just the 5 most interesting, famous social engineering attacks of the last decade. Just something that happened, Twitter, Target, all these big guys that they were able to do them. So I think Omar wanted the most, we should talk about their different techniques. Just gonna go there. Okay, so this is the different techniques that they use. Okay, so baiting is like when they leave something that everybody wants. It basically uses curiosity. They used to do it with like, they would take a USB and they would label it like salaries or something interesting. And then a person would see the USB and say, wow, oh, I'm just curious how much everybody in this company is making. And they would stick it into their computer, and it took over. And today they can do it also even with, you can just, it says doesn't have to be carried out in the physical worlds, online forums, enticing ads, all type of stuff that, makes a person curious, and then they go do it. The next one was Pro Quo. It's something for something. It's like, I think it's like an automatic thing that we like, you give me something, I give something. It's like, it's a very personal thing. We always want to, you help me, I'll help you. So that's something that they end up, they're able to make you like, the IT department here is saying, we need your computer password, we have to make updates. Oh, I'll give you this free music download if you subscribe to X or Y or Z. They're promising all types of stuff for it, and then they're able to get into you. Scareware is where they make you very scared, because when we're scared, like our adrenaline comes in and we don't know what's happening, and we automatically start thinking, I must answer, I must take care of this quickly. And then we don't think that maybe this could be a problem. So it says here, examples are legitimate. Look up, pop-up banners, displaying such text as your computer has been affected and you're whatever, press this and we're going to help you with this tool, will make it all better. So that pretexting is when they try to get a lot of information. They try to make believe, oh, I'm the bank. I actually, it was very interesting because my sister-in-law just called me. She's like, she lives in Schleim, and she calls me and she's like, I just got this text from Bank Hadar that I have a package and I have to go pick it up. And she's like, it looked exactly like all the other texts I have. And it said, pay 4 shekel with my credit card. So, okay, 4 shekel, nobody's really gonna, make it or break it. 4 shekel, fine. She gives her credit card in. And a few minutes later, they tell her, oh, sorry, the credit card's not going through. Can you give me PayPal, whatever? So then she started becoming suspicious already. And she was like, 1 minute, did I even order something? Like, do I have a package by Bank Hadar? What's going on there? And she called, she ran. She told me she flew over to Bank Hadar. And she's like, do I have a package here? Like, why is this text yours? And they're like, no, it's not ours. She immediately canceled her credit card. But someone who wouldn't think about that would have said, oh, okay, it looks right. It looks good. Okay, my credit card didn't go through. I don't know why. Here's my PayPal. Go further and further. And so that would be, let's say, pretexting is like, we somehow, when it comes to police, bank, tax officials, like these people are supposed to know about us to certain stuff. So like, oh, if you're, you're a person of authority, so like, I'll give you the information, whatever you need. And like that, you get yourself into trouble. Okay.
Wasn't there one like that with Amazon? That Amazon, that they had emails that they like mimicked Amazon's exact email format, and they sent it out and they said, oh, your package is delayed or something like that. Just re-verify your address. And then once they like started with you, then, and like Amazon caught onto it later on, because like it was exactly like it clicked you to a site, and then once you got the site, then you got infected or something. I don't remember the exact details. It was like a couple of years ago.
I don't know. I was saying there are so many of these. This specific one that you're
Or
saying,
like Social Security calls, like they have like for like the older people, like they're always in the Social Security offices, like, oh, my Social Security is hacked, my, and they're like, no, nobody calls you from Social Security. Like, it's fine.
They're like, could you just confirm it? It's more like, we know it already. We just need you to confirm it, because like,
which is what every bank does. Every like verified office does. They also want you to confirm your name and address to make sure that you like you're really the right person when they're
right. That's why I find social engineering is so fascinating, because like it's very hard for people to like, what are you going to say? Stop trusting people? No, there's such a new thing actually I didn't put it into my report, but there's such a thing called zero trust now. Like, and it's like, they call it, it's like a term of a way to like, keep a network safe. It's called zero trust. And I was thinking it's like sad that we live in a world that you have to have zero trust. Unfortunately,
well, like you have to earn your trust before you start giving information.
No, meaning in the network itself used to be that like, okay, these are all our employees, so we sort of trust them, but you still have to log in. And now the zero trust is like, you don't trust anyone in the network. Every single time they log in, you have to have double login, 2-factor authentication. You have to have all, like a lot of the things that we learned. I looked at that briefly and I didn't put it in here, but I just thought it was fascinating that like, it's like, it really, that's the way the world has come to, is like, you can't trust your Bank Hadar that you actually have a package. You can't trust whoever, anybody. You never know who's mimicking somebody else. And so like now it's like a thing, it's zero trust policy, is like everything has to be authenticated. And then especially like they don't really want, it's like your location has to be, it used to be go work in a like Wi-Fi. We discussed also working out in cafes and stuff. And now it's like they want to know where you are and every single time. And that's basically the only way to get down on it. So it's like between keeping things secure and making things easy to work with. So everybody has to figure out which one is best. Right. Okay, so now the next one was phishing. So it's urgency, curiosity, or fear in victims. It's like, again, it's like one of these campaigns, these email and text campaigns that say you have, 3 hours left to buy whatever, you know what I mean? So people are like, oh, quick, let's do it. It makes urgency. And spear phishing is actually much more targeted, where they're not sending out a million emails to all over the world. They first find out about the people, and then they'll send them something that, or it says here an example, I'm presenting an organization's IT consultant, send an email to one or more of the employees. And so IT has to always, talk to their employees. And if somebody's able to mimic that, then why wouldn't you trust your IT guy? So that would end up being that. And this is the part that I actually really like. There are 7 huge ways people influence others. Don't know where I'm holding with time, but
we're good with time.
I'm good with time. Okay. Yeah, sure.
I just wanted to mention that when I read the phishing and spear phishing, I immediately remembered that my grandparents were once targeted. Their friends went on vacation abroad somewhere. And after a few days, my grandparents got an email from their friends saying, we got robbed, all of our things, we don't have our passports, our wallets. We are writing to you from some nice guy's, I don't know, phone. Please send us money to this bank account so that we can buy plane tickets back. So apparently somebody somehow figured out that they're abroad, somehow managed to find their contacts, and then simply, this is what's called spear phishing or phishing. The urgency, now they didn't fall for it, but other friends did. So they just called them and asked if everything okay, and they were of course okay, and nothing happened. But so it came to mind.
Right. Yeah, I've seen this quite a few years ago about the, people going abroad and someone hacking into their email address and just sending out to everybody on their email that they're lost and they need help getting back. Anyways, but yeah, urgency does make us, not think it's another way. Okay, so this is just the 7 different ways. Reciprocity is it's human nature. We want to give back. So, okay, let's say your employees get an email saying they receive a $10 Amazon gift card for anonymously filling out a survey from the IT department. So, okay, the IT department wants to have a survey and we'll give you a $10 gift certificate, but it's really, not. And it looks, and then they say, wow, you know what I mean? We're going to be getting something for this. And so that's one thing. Scarcity is something that, whatever we discussed, it's also the only 10 left. You think that like you're missing out on something. Let's say it says here, the cyber criminal found a place on a public forum where a staff member asked, what's the best plugin for SEO? And so he created a fake pretense that he was a pretense that he was a rep with a company, and he offered a free trial, but it's only good until the end of the day. So if they want to download it. Okay, another thing is authority is everyone, if you somebody like a leader, somebody mimics or makes believe that they're like, from the CEO department or somewhere in that department, and says like, oh, we need you to wire transfer, like somebody's on one of the big staff members are on vacation, and they send you an email, I need you to wire me XYZ money, and they think like, oh, I have to listen, if not my boss is going to be really upset at me. And so they listen. The liking, if you like somebody, you're more likely to listen to them. Use charm, use spunk. They work very hard to get you to like them. Commitment and consistency. People want to see themselves consistent with a word. It's very interesting. I actually once saw a survey, nothing to do with cybersecurity, but I just found it very interesting that the way people work is that there was like, they did like a test like this. They had, I think this was in America. They called people up and said, would you like to volunteer? We work with troubled youth. Would you like to volunteer an hour of your time a week? And most people said no. And then they said, oh, you can't? Okay, would you mind donating some money to help us fund this? And they did. And then they called, let's say this was 100 people, and then another 100 people, they called and they said, hi, can you donate funds to help troubled youth? They said much more people in the first group were willing to give money than the second group, because there's a certain human being that we all want to feel good about ourselves, and we can't say no too many times. So they said no, because nobody's interested in working with troubled youth. But then when they asked them for a donation for the troubled youth, they had to say yeah, because like, okay, this I can't do, but okay, this I'll do. Whereas when they first came to them right away and said, can you help us? We have troubled youth, and they're like, oh no, they didn't feel bad saying no. It was already the second time. So they work on building a rapport with people, and to make them feel bad to say no to them. See, it gives an example. You sell a product, and so somebody emails you and say, wow, I love your product. It's so incredible. Fine. A few weeks later, they say, would you like some pictures of me using your product that you can use? Okay. And he says, fine. And you send over, like, you take some pictures and you send them over, and they thank you. And then he says, like, if you ever need help in the future, I love your product, whatever. Fine. Next time you send him a few more pictures, he opens it, there's the malware, and it's gone already. And like the first time, maybe he would have been suspicious, but since you kept telling him how much you like his product, he's like, okay, great. This is a great customer. Social proof. This is, we trust if somebody says something, then we'll do it. All mothers are always asking, if all your kids are going to jump off the bridge, would you also? I'm sure your mother asked that when you were a little kid. Like, if all your friends are doing this, that doesn't mean you should be doing it. Doesn't mean it's good. So they know that people want to do the same as their friends. So it says, for example, they would call an employee, ask for sensitive information, and they'll say, well, I can't get this out. So I don't understand. Linda gave me this last week. Like, why are you being so hard? So then they feel like torn, and they usually will give it. Unity is basically, you want to feel you want a sense of unity. You want to, I guess it's more like friendship is another way to say it. So we're saying, for example, like somebody does their research and knows that, different staff names, the clock and times, and they know that one of them hates using his fobs, like the key that they need to go in every single time. So he goes behind one of the workers and he pretends to be a new employee and says, oh, I can't believe it, I forgot my fob. I'm like this new secretary, I work in the next department. And then the other person says, oh, I also always hate to use my fobs or whatever. So they feel like a unity in their struggle, and then they laugh, they go through the door, don't be late, and then you have a stranger right there in the building. Okay, so those are basically all the different things. Prevention is a little more boring, but okay, I'll say it quickly. Security awareness training, basically you constantly have to, I think awareness training is probably number one. Every time it just makes that light bulb go on in your brain. Beware. Phishing simulations, I guess, is sort of like the same thing, like it's like basically trying it out, being the bad guy and coming and not, hiring someone to be a bad guy and let them try it out, or a white guy, and then seeing who is clicking on stuff. How successful is a phishing campaign? What is everyone doing? Preventing the pretexting is you have to basically security awareness training that's it also. Then there's email gateways that are used to filter out spam emails. The help that is put good processes in place, fraud prevention. It says, like, for example, like with this wiring, this is the main one, to have, it says you have to have processes in place for certain procedures. I guess that could also be for clicking different things, but even for like wiring money, for sure, something when it comes to wiring money, you can't just do it based on that one person asked you. It has to be few confirmations, different, something has to be set into place that not anyone could ask for different things. Good social media policy and privacy. Posting, which they say is very hard because, you can tell everybody not to put it, but then you have one LinkedIn. In the beginning, actually, I had an example of that, which is a very cute example.
I actually want to talk about it briefly.
Okay, so I'm going back to this example over here.
I think
this is an example.
We'll stop with the prevention, because basically being aware of all the dangers is the best prevention. So we've just went through it. I just wanted to really briefly talk about what you mentioned about LinkedIn in a different part in your project, where
so that's in the beginning, so I went back to it. Okay, so it's like, okay, how does he work? So he goes there. I saw that we're going to be learning about this open source intelligence. Okay, so he goes through LinkedIn, right? This is an example. He's going to LinkedIn and he's choosing an organization, a company called, let's say, Tea Castle. Okay, they sell loose tea. So he goes to LinkedIn and he sees everybody's job title, who they work, how long, the accounts they manage. So he goes, okay, I'm not going to choose IT because they're too savvy. And he goes to marketing personnel. Okay, they don't know too much about the computer. Fine. So he goes to the marketing team and then he jots all this information. That's what I say. This is like a long process. It doesn't take 2 minutes. Okay, so the vice president of marketing, she posts a public picture. Oh, I'd love to work remotely. I have my favorite cafe. I can have, tea over here. I guess they're very into tea. They sell tea, whatever. So he jots the information down. She probably, she uses a MacBook, the exact shop she's working from, where she must, work from, because where does she live? And then he reads that, she goes on Fridays, fine. Now what he does is he puts together a whole package for her, and he finds another company that's called Steepers in a different state. So he makes a fake email address, which is exactly like Steepers, and he makes believe he's the owner of Steepers, and he says, "Hi, I'm the," he sends an email to her, "I'm the CEO of Steepers. Maybe you'd be interested in sampling our hand-blended teas." And then he goes even a further step, and he says, "Oh, I love Earl Grey," because he knows that she also loves Earl Grey. So that is that unity thing of like, oh, we all love the same stuff. So then she says, "Oh, I'd love to, So fine, he takes their list and he attaches it as a PDF so she can see. He waits until Friday, 3 p.m. and he knows that she's probably now in the cafe, and he hopes that she's using the Wi-Fi, not VPN, home network, and he sends her this attachment. And the minute she clicks on this attachment, she wants to see everything that he's selling and all his different stuff. There he has that into her. And so that's what it says. What's important to note is that some social engineers invest weeks or months into nurturing a slow building relationship. And they even sometimes after he has that open door in her computer, he doesn't stop. He just can continue being in there, collecting information. And then when he wants, he'll go at an attack. So that is social engineering. And I don't know, I found it very, very interesting. I hope we're on target here with time.
Yes, the time is great.
That's it.
And I think it's a really great project. If anybody wants to have the project to read, please contact Malia. I think she'll be happy to send it to you. Just to give you a take-home message from the last story, social networking and social networks are incredible sources of data out there online. If you're trying to do pen testing for a company, you're able to find a lot of information in LinkedIn, on Facebook, whereabouts, timing, what's your position in a company, all sort of things, and use it for your first step into the company's network. Okay, great, Malia. Any questions to Malia?
I just want to say, great project, fascinating, was really interesting, and I would love to read it.
Good. Okay, so the next one would be Bracha. Bracha, are you here? Malia, can you unshare the screen? Okay, so Bracha, are you with me? If not, then we'll move on to the next one, and then when Bracha gets here, we'll give her the stage. Oh, you're here?
Can I be next after?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
But we're doing it together. No really need for preparation. But yeah, let's do it the one after. So Ella with the web scraper. Ella Friedman. Hi.
Yeah.
Ella.
Hi.
Would you like to just start by explaining what is this tool and when do we use it and why?
Yeah, the web scraper, basically what it does, you give it a link to a website, and it gets all the links from that website. Because when you go on a website, you could click to get to different pages or to other websites. So basically that's what the web scraper does. It scrapes the HTML content of a website, and then it takes out of that, it takes all the links.
Okay, so this is really the basic tool. Just when do we want to use it? So if, for example, let me share my screen. Okay, and we have a company. We call it Summit Counseling, and we want to hack it. Okay, so this is the first stage we do. We just search on Google. We search Summit Counseling, we go to their LinkedIn account, we go to their website, and we want to just start picking up information. So one of the first things that we want to do is to use a web scraper. So I've got here Ella's web scraper. Okay, I know its usage already, so I know it's just Python script. It gets, let's just run it once and you'll see that it gives you the usage of how to use it. So you can either do -h for help, or you can give it a maximum URLs to search inside the website. And then you have to give it the URL. So let's try the website of Summit Counseling. So we'll give it a maximum 100 links, and we'll just copy the URL of Summit Counseling, and let's see how it works. So the first thing that happened is it starts by saying, I'm crawling summitcounseling.com, and it just goes to summitcounseling.com, downloads the HTML of the website, and then Ella, feel free to interrupt and add things as I'm speaking. Okay, we're going to talk about your code in a minute. So it downloads the HTML, and then it takes a look at all of the tags, the A tags that have the href attribute, meaning all of the hyperlinks inside the HTML to other pages. So some of these pages are simply more pages inside the summitcounseling.com website. Some of them are actually links to other websites. So just by downloading, just by downloading the first HTML of summitcounseling.com, immediately from this HTML, we got a lot of links. So you can see over here, we have the career counseling, job placement, all kind of pages inside the web page. We also have a few external links. So we have a link to a LinkedIn, to a Facebook profile of Summit, and to YouTube. These are all links that you can arrive to and get to by simply browsing the website itself, and then just clicking on all of the links over here. But instead of doing it manually and slowly, you can just do it like this. Okay, so then once it gets all of the links of the website, it takes all of these links, which are still inside the summitcounseling.com page, and then it goes to these websites. It asks for the HTML, and it looks to see if there are any additional links, hyperlinks to other sites that we haven't visited yet. So it just recursively goes through all of the links of the website and gives you a map of all of the pages inside the website. Let's see, and by the way, in the folder of the script, it is also saving all of the internal links that were found on summitcounseling.com and all of the external links, meaning links to domains that are not on the summitcounseling.com website. Okay, we can try and do it on a different website. So let's just try and do bbc.com. And just to keep it short, we'll do it with 30 links so that it won't take a long time. So as you can see, BBC is a much greater website. So immediately from the first HTML, we already get a lot of links to a lot of different web pages. And then it just goes on and on. And if you have a huge website, you can let this thing crawl all over the website and gives you the names of all of the thousands and thousands of links inside this website. Now, when is it what do you do with this information? You can then just start and take a look at all of the interesting names of URL that you're finding. So maybe by mistake, somebody left a hyperlink to the admin interface of the website. Or maybe somebody left a hyperlink to something on the website that wasn't supposed to be open to the public, okay? Some of the things in the HTML are not always presented to the user. Some are, let's say, comments or stuff like that that are hidden. And you can find them all in here.
If you have an external link, would you be able to, that's not as secure, let's say as BBC, would you be able to then access the BBC's network if you're coming in from an external link?
So are you talking about the external links that the, can you ask the question again? You're asking?
Yeah, if you have an external link that's from BBC originally, right? We said it's an external link to an outside website or web server, whatever. And if you have access, let's say that website is less secure than BBC. Mm-hmm. So you have a way into that website. Would you be able to then access BBC?
No, not exactly, because remember that what the web scraper does, it's just going to an HTML and seeing all of the hyperlinks inside it. It's not a way to hack to a computer or gain
No, not from the web scraper in general. Yeah. I'm saying, like, once you have that information, that you realize that BBC now has an external link to that website.
So it can be like a totally unrelated website. So let's take an example that if I'll go into bbc.com right now, maybe there is a story in bbc.com that is saying this is the new Olympic medal winner, blah, blah, blah. And here's a link to his Facebook account or Instagram account, or never mind, some link, it doesn't matter. There is no, like relation between these two websites. Having a hyperlink on your website to some other domain, to some other website, does not mean that behind the scenes that there are that there's a connection between them. Yes, you may find interesting links that are telling you about connections between different local networks behind the scenes. That's not the main purpose of it.
So now you can do let's say a spear phishing attack with the information that you have now from the website, that you know more information about them.
Right. Yeah. For example. Okay. So I wanna go get into the code. Ella, would you like to go through it? Would you like me to do it? Let's do it together. Yeah, I'll ask questions and then. Okay, so Moshe is asking, what do the crawling line mean? So why is it called the crawler, Ella?
I don't know, because it goes through the website, like through all the links that I got from at the first point from the HTML.
So it goes through all of the links, but then it crawls because for each and every link it finds in your implementation, every internal link, it then crawls this link. So it's a recursive search for every links it finds. It then sends a request for this link, this hyperlink, downloads the HTML, finds all of the additional links inside the HTML, and then it can just create a web of links. It can find a website that links to a website that links to a website, etc., etc. Eventually, you can get to the whole internet if you're having like really, I don't know, if you're trying to do a web crawler on Wikipedia, eventually you'll probably get to all the hyperlinks in all of the internet, because Wikipedia has tons and tons of links, and each and every one of these websites have tons and tons of links, etc. So let's just, I want this to be, so first we know what a web scraper is, and you know how to run it. You just need to ask from Ella the code and just run it in Python, or you can download one from GitHub.
This is the definition of unintentionally, not on purpose.
What?
Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So the requests library we know already. There's a nice library for parsing URLs. Some of you have already used the beautiful soup module to parse HTML files and take from it, for example, links and hyperlinks. Colorama is just the beautiful thing that enables us to do the CMD in colors, in green, blue, I don't know what was green and yellow. And one of the most important ones that we didn't talk about until now is argparse. And some of you were using it in your recent projects. Ella was one of them. And I think it's a very important library. I hate this library. It's complicated. Every time I have to use it, I just give up. I go to the examples and I copy some code, and I don't really know. I keep not reading the documentation for it. What it does is it basically lets you create a very simple argument parser. What is an argument parser? So for example, when I'm running ipconfig -age or /help, I don't know, I get all of these help, how to use this, and how to give options to the ipconfig, and then I can do ipconfig/all or ipconfig/whatever, and something behind the scenes makes it all work. So if I want to do a similar thing but to a Python script, so when I was running Ella's script from here, so I did Python web scraper, and then, for example, -age, and it gave me the help. And then I can give options exactly like I'm giving options to ipconfig or every other tool we've learned about. So the way to do it is to import argparse, and then in the main function, I'm not going to go through exactly how to do it. If you are going to create a script that gets options from the command line, you should use argparse. So really quickly, you're creating a parser, a class of a parser from argparse. Then you're adding arguments. So for example, URL is a default argument, -m is an optional argument, and then you're just calling a function called parse arguments, and it does for you all the magic. It reads the arguments given to the script, and then it just gives it to you in a list called args, or a it's not a list. It's an object of arguments, and you can then use this to run your script. So not going exactly through how this works, but just so you know that the name of the library is called argparse, argument parser. And there are some other libraries like this. There is get options, get opt. It's argparse is better. So let me just see additional things I wanted to talk about in this code. Okay, so an interesting thing about this code that I noticed is that Ella is using something in Python called sets. And this is a data structures that we didn't talk about and we didn't learn about. So maybe it would be nice to talk about it in a few seconds. It's more for mathematical uses. It's similar to a list, but it's a bit different because in a set, all of the elements of a set are unique. So let's, for example, see how you create a set. in Python, I can just do a equals set like this, and then a is just an empty set, okay? And I can then add items to the set by doing a.add, and then, for example, let's add 1 to the set. And now if I take a look at the set A, it just holds the unique number 1. Now I can add all types of objects to the set, but the thing to notice is that if I'm trying to add 1 again, it doesn't add 1 again. So set holds only unique items. So a list, for example, can hold many items that are not unique. So for example, I can create the following list that has 5 times the number 1, and the list just have the number 1 5 times. If I'll try to create a set from the list L, so I'll just call the set function and give it L as an argument, I'll get a set with only 1 item, which is 1. So it's a nice way in Python to create an iterable, something that you can go through different items. It is a not ordered iterable object in Python that only has unique items, meaning no repetitions of items. And it's nice to have one when you're doing a web crawler, because if you have a set of all of the links that you have already visited, and then you're visiting another site, and you are just trying to figure out what other new links you can find over there. So you're just adding, if you've already visited a few addresses and you're trying to add them to the set, it just wouldn't add them. You'd instead of if I would use a list over here, and I would, in every link, I would add all of the links that I found, I will just add a lot of links, a lot of time, and I'll have repetitions in my list. I hope it was clear.
So it cuts down on redundancies, basically?
Again?
A set cuts down on redundancies?
I cannot hear you well, Hannah.
A set is better?
No. No multiplication. Yeah, multiplication. There are no duplicates of items in a set. Set is just a mathematical object that does not hold duplicates. There is something called set theory. Anyway,
dictionary a type of set?
What?
Is a dictionary like a subset of a set?
I wonder, because yeah, I think dictionaries cannot have
No two of the same key. The keys are unique.
The what?
The keys are unique. You can't have two of the same.
The keys are unique, right? The keys are unique. It's just that the set does not have values. It's like a dictionary, but only with keys. So it's a unique, and it's instead of, if you have a list of items and you want to add items to the list, instead of every time checking if the item is already on the list, don't add it. You can just add things to the set, and if they are already in the set, it is by implementation, it means that it won't be added to the set because it is already there. So you can just add other items, and only the new unique items will be added to the set. So let's just go through this function crawl and not the rest of the functions. Okay, so we have if main equals name, go to main. In main, we have, okay, it was, never mind, it's a bit, Ella sent me a repair, but I opened the repair. Never mind. Let's take a look at the function crawl. Okay, it's over here. It's what's called a recursive function. And what is a recursive function? It's a function that within this function there is a call to the same function. Do you see how inside the function crawl you have a call to the function crawl? Meaning, if I am calling to the function crawl, perhaps it's then call itself, and then call itself, and then it calls itself, and it can happen multiple and multiple times. And only by the time the last function in the link returns, ends, so only then the one before it is then ending, and then we go back to the link all the way to the first call to the function crawl. So this is a recursive function. So whenever we call it, it means that we are visiting another new URL. So we are adding the number of URLs visited. We are simply stating that we're crawling this URL. And then we call a function that gets all the website links. And for each and every link, we just crawl this link, okay? So let's just see how we get all of the website links from a URL. I'll go through it briefly. Okay, you you first, using requests, send a get URL. So you're basically sending an HTTP request. You're getting the content of the page, and then you're parsing it as an HTML file. Okay. Then inside the file, you're looking for all of the A tags inside the files, and inside the A tags, you're looking for the attribute hyperlinked reference. Okay. If the hyperlinked reference attribute is a valid URL, you're just adding it to a list of other links to further crawl and investigate. So there are two types, internal and external. How do you know if it is an external link or an internal link? If the link to the new URL has the same domain name, meaning I'm in Summit Counseling, and then I see a link to facebook.com. So I can just find out that the domain name is not the same as the first link, and so this is an external link. And this is how I know how to see if something is an internal or external link. And that's basically the script. If anybody wants to have, you know what, maybe soon we'll take a break, and then I'll send everyone during the break, if Ella will allow me, I will send the script to those of you who want to run a web scraper. It's really simple. Just we'll give you the script and you'll try it on your own. Any questions? Ella, anything you want to add? You think?
No.
Okay. Yeah, great job, Ella. Sorry I didn't let you do the talking.
No.
Okay. Wait, I'll pause my share.
Omer.
Bracha, are you ready? Yeah. So we have something like 10 minutes until the break, or maybe a little bit more, like 10-15 minutes. So I'll let you share your screen. We've talked a little bit about what I wanted you to talk about, right? And then we'll take a look at what you wrote, the ransomware.
Okay, so here's my VMs. Can you hear me?
Yeah, try to talk closer to, yeah, now we can hear you. Great.
Okay, so I just want to show you what happened to this calling machine that I ran my ransomware on, and I didn't take a snapshot of before, so that was a big mistake, because this is what happened. I want to read my file. It's encrypted, and I forgot to take a snapshot. So good for me. I hacked myself, and now that's it. So I can't use that machine anymore, but I have this one, And I'll show you the script on here. Oh, I'll show you the presentation in a minute, but could I show how it works? Okay, so I have 3 files here: discover.py, main.py, and modify.py. So I'm just gonna show you that it has text in there, and then I'm gonna run the main.py function. And then I'm gonna try running that again, and it's encrypted. So that was my ransomware. Here, so. Okay, and no one needs to be intimidated by this because I just downloaded this cool template from online. So that's why it looks so cool. Okay, so there's an overview of what ransomware is and a little bit of history, and then examples of
Bracha.
and the details. I'll show you the script. Yeah.
Are you trying to show your PowerPoint presentation or the Kali? So right now we see.
Sorry.
Yeah.
1 minute. Oops. Here. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay. So ransomware history. Ransomware has been around since the 1980s, and since then has grown in many ways. See in the next 2 slides. Today, there's something called RAAS, which is ransomware as a service, in which hackers lease ransomware variants in the same way that legitimate software developers lease software as a service products. But even without renting these services, a ransomware code can be extremely simple to create and yet cause tremendous damage, like you saw in my Kali. But even without ransomware attacks are on the rise, and oh, sorry. And have been getting more dangerous in recent years. An attack incorporate networks that encrypt sensitive information can cost businesses hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. In 2020, the total number of global ransomware reports increased by 485% year over year. Okay, so ransomware gets worse. In 2005, first variants of modern ransomware appear in the wild. 2006, ransomware goes from 56-bit encryption to 660-bit RSA public key encryption. In 2010, 10,000 ransomware samples and the birth of Bitcoin, which is allows hackers to stay anonymous. And the screen locking ransomware appears. Okay, should I continue with all these, or it's? You can see in 2014 over 250 ransomware samples. Then
I just want to say something about that. The emergence of Bitcoin is particularly important for ransomwares, because up to this point, if you wanted to receive money as someone who spreads the malware, you had to have some sort of a way to hide your bank account, do some sort of, I don't even know how people are doing it in the real world, open accounts on abroad, and somehow making it work as if nobody will be able to account for the money and where it was transferred from and to. So once Bitcoin was invented, it made it a lot easier. It's just when I'm getting a Bitcoin from somewhere, and then it is transferred a few more hands, it's very, very, very difficult to figure out who eventually got the money and where how it switched hands. So you can create multiple Bitcoin wallets and move money from one wallet to another, and eventually it's very hard to explore where the money went and how.
Actually, the
then
first
there's
ransomware was mailed, like in the mailbox. So that's pretty easy to.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I just ask regarding this Bitcoin? So the money can never come out, like it can never actually, you can never actually have it, right? It can only be, you can only use it online.
All of the coins that are called cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin is the major one, Ethereum and other types of cryptocurrencies, they are, what's the word I'm looking for? Nischarim. There are stock markets of Bitcoins and other coins where you're able to buy coins with dollars and sell them. So it is very much possible to get real money from Bitcoin. It doesn't stay as Bitcoin, just as you are able to like.
But
what's
the
word?
question is, what is it legal? As I mean, it's transferring money between.
Right.
I mean,
I know in Israel that it is like it is legal. There are a lot of legitimate people who are nowadays investing in cryptocurrencies, meaning you're buying cryptocurrencies, waiting for their value to go up, and then selling them. And it is not supposed to be of any legal issue, but countries are sort of behind in all of what's in regulations and laws about using cryptocurrencies. It depends on the state you're in, and
yeah, the governments are trying to take control of it because like all the crime is done with it, like all the drugs and.
I know that the recent one with the oil, the US government was able to get back some of the money that they had to pay as ransomware with Bitcoin. So it's not that it's not traceable. They were able to trace it.
Right.
They claim they got it back. Who knows?
You don't believe that? Okay, up for discussion.
They may just try to deter further attacks or something.
The reason why I was asking is because I don't know how to say it in English, but it's called albanat on. So you can't just transfer money from country to country. I mean, how do they do
laundering
it?
money?
Money laundering, yeah. So how do they do it? I mean, you can't even take more than 10,000 pounds to. I'm saying just in Israel, you can't come in with more than $10,000.
But you could quick pay somebody from. You could send us a quick pay with Zelle.
Yeah.
I actually don't know. It's not. I've never laundered any money.
Neither did we.
Okay, so Bracha, we went through the sort of like history of ransomware and talked a little bit about Bitcoin. Maybe we'll show a little bit of your code in the minutes left. What do you see?
So,
okay.
I just want to show another thing that happened on my calling machine.
Sure.
But is it sharing?
Yes, it is. We see the PowerPoint slide.
No, the Kali. You don't see the Kali? Can you see it now?
Yeah, we see it.
So, just gonna revert this machine back. For before where the code ran. So I'm gonna run the discover script, and then it shows all the files that the hackers are gonna encrypt. this is a code that discovers all the files, and it's really scary because you see it just going on, and there's so many files that they discovered here to encrypt. So, okay, you want to show the script now?
Yeah, I'll share my screen, and then I'll show the script. So, and then we'll take a break.
That's a question about encryption in general, ransomware.
Of course.
Why can't like big companies just have a separate, I don't know, server or whatever? Well, not so, where they just keep all their info and they keep it safe. And if they're ever ransomed, they'll just pull it out. You know, they'll secure that database and use it.
So
Well,
I saw this. What they do is now they do a double thing. One is people have it separately, so they do. What they do is that they say that they're going to publish their material if they don't pay it.
Okay,
They don't
so
want
that means that they have access. Okay.
They do both of that.
All right.
okay, so I think everybody got it. So even if you are able to, you have all of your files stored somewhere, still confidential files from your company are going to be published. So Bracha just ran her discovery script, just showing. I just want to show briefly the script. It goes through all of the computer and just finds all of the paths of all of the files with the following extensions. Okay, so for example, all of the images with the file extensions JPEG, JPG, BMP, etc. All of the music, MP3 files, etc., etc. And you have here Microsoft Office like Word documents and structured data. So if you have a CSV, if this is a web server, so this will find all of the HTML, PHP, all of the scripts. If this is a computer of some programmer in a company, so this will find all of the source codes of the code on this machine. So C files, Java, Python scripts, everything, zip files. So this just gives you all of the paths of all of the files that you would like to encrypt as the malware, as the ransomware. And then in order to encrypt those files, once you have found all of these files in the system, it's very easy to encrypt and decrypt files or everything in Python. We are going to have a lesson about cryptography and different types of encryption algorithms. So there is one algorithm, it's called AES. You can search it up on Wikipedia. It's just an algorithm. You give it an input and you give it a key, and it uses the key to encrypt the data, and then gibberish comes out. And you give it the same key and use the AES decryption function, and then you are just able to decrypt the files. So it's just using the same key. One time you're using the encryption function, one time you're just using the decryption. All you have to know is one key. So we have here the main function, again using the argparse parser. Okay, so we're getting the arguments from the whoever runs this script, and then if the key is defined, then we're creating a new encryption AES algorithm. Okay, so this is the way. Of course, Ella saw it online and saw how to define it. I'm not going to go through each and every line, but just this is the way to create in Python a new encryption function using the AES algorithm. So AES new, you give it the key, some kind of mode, and a thing called a counter, which is also you get it also from the from this crypto utilities library. And then once you have the encryption function, you just go for every file that we've just discovered that we want to encrypt, and we call something called modify file in place using this encryption function. It just takes the file and simply goes through all of the file and replaces it with the encryption using AES. Really short code, works great as you've seen, just making all of the files not able to run. And if I'm not mistaken, and Bracha, I hope that you'll quickly write the script to undo all of the changes in order to decrypt it. The problem is that it also encrypted your Python code, so you're not able to run it. You'll have to somehow copy it again to the machine. Yeah, I know that a lot of you who are working on tools were taking inspirations from GitHub. What matters to me is that when I check your work, that you'll understand each and every line. And it just means that you have to really investigate your project. You don't need to know everybody's project, but just the libraries that you are using. So if you're using argparse, you need to know how to use it. And if you're using, we haven't talked about cryptography, so you don't really need to know what is AES, etc. But it's just, you know that this is creating a function that encrypts the code, etc. So you're welcome to use GitHub. I do not expect you all to write these tools from zero. What's important for me is that you'll then be able to mimic it, or when you'll have to write, from now on, when you'll have to write a new tool, you'll gain some more libraries that you came across and new concepts. So Rivki is asking, why do you have to specify all the file types? Why can you just specify all files? It depends on the type of the ransomware that you want to run. You can either encrypt all of the partition and then not letting the user even booting an operating system and making him boot something that you have created. And you're just, and the other thing is just to encrypt the important files, let the user still be able to use his Kali machine or Windows machine. So if you're not encrypting like system files, things like that, basically you're still able to power it on and use it. And for example, what Malia was saying, that nowadays all of the important files are being sent back to whoever created the ransomware, and in order to publish it later. So you'd want to have a list of files of interest, pictures and source codes, etc. Any more questions, or to Bracha? No. Okay. Good job. And we're taking a break. We'll take a 10-minute break, maybe. Let's do an 8-minute break. Okay. I'll put on the timer. Okay, we're back. So the next thing I wanna talk about is again, thanks to everybody who's spoken already. Malia, Bracha, Ella, great job. Okay, I'm going to move to a tool that Moshe wrote. Moshe sent a few things, but I wanna show you a sin attack that he sent me. Moshe, feel free to join at any time, and if you have things to add or wanna talk about, you're welcome. Anybody remember what a sin attack is, or wants to? Sin attack. Somebody. Okay. So maybe we'll take a look at the code, and then we'll remember what a sin attack is.
I'm not sure. I don't want to come out as an idiot, but is it like somebody sends a request?
Okay,
So,
okay, it's close. It's close.
Okay.
So sending a request is what we call DDoS attack. When you have, sorry about that. When you have a lot of zombies, a lot of hosts, a lot of bots are creating TCP connections and sending HTTP requests from a server, and then it has to address each and every one of these requests and return the data back. And if you do it with enough with enough hosts, then you can slow down the web page, the web server. Now, a SYN attack is different. In a SYN attack, you don't create a TCP connection, you don't create a TCP handshake, you don't send any HTTP request. What you do is you just send a lot of SYN packets, meaning you're just starting the TCP3 handshake. You're just sending the first SYN, then the server sends back a SYN ACK, but you don't really care about it. You just keep on sending it SYN packets. Now, every time you send a SYN packet, you're sending it from a different random source IP and source port. So you're just bombarding the server with a lot of SYN packets. What happens is every time the server gets a SYN, it sort of opens a connection, it sends back a SYN attack, and then it sits and wait for the SYN attack going back from the client to the server, terminating finishing the three-way handshake. And if it's not happening, then there's a timeout. So let's say the server waits a few seconds. In the time the server waits a few seconds, meanwhile, you're sending it, I don't know, thousands of SYN packets. And every SYN packet it gets is opening another connection that is not yet really established. Now, nice thing about it is that you only have to use one packet, okay? Like each attack is one packet, and you can send this packet from a completely random source IP and source port. So your own location is completely disguised. This is like when you're doing a DDoS attack, this is not true because, for example, the bot, he has to send a SYN packet from a legitimate IP and port, because then it needs to get the SYN ACK back, and it needs to then send other messages. It needs to form a reliable TCP connection, then send the request, the GET request. And so for the server itself knows the IP of the bot, of the attacker. That is why the attacker is not directly attacking the server. It has to have bots standing in the middle. Now, if you're using a SYN attack, you don't have to have any bots, because I can just create fictitious packets and send them from my own computer with a random source IP and source port. The destination IP and port is of the attacked server. The packet will be routed all the way to it, because the routers are looking at the destination IP and port. It will receive the SYN packet, and then I'm just sending thousands of them in a loop from the same computer. Any questions before? Yeah. Okay.
Can I just ask? So you can't actually hack the server. You can just bring them down.
Just slow it down. Maybe trying to, I don't know, crash it somehow. Maybe it gets so slow it will crash, or maybe just as long as the attack is going on, it won't be able to really provide services for legitimate users.
Omar,
Yes.
can you define crash for us? Like what it means for when a server crashes?
What do you mean a server crashes? Well, slows down, I believe you're able to understand. It's just that eventually you have this computer, it is running a code on it, and let's for example, when can a website crash? Any program, we didn't really talk about it, gets a memory. We talked a little bit about virtual memory. I had this class about kernels and virtual memory. Eventually, every process has a limit of how much memory it can use. So, for example, if you're able to surpass this amount of memory, at some point the code itself will not be able to run. You'll get a memory error. The process will just terminate. It is something that the operating system is supposed to handle. You will try to write something to the memory, and the operating system will just not allow you to do it. An exception or an error will appear, and the function of the web server program will not be able to operate anymore. So this is, for example, one example.
Is that for the end user though, or is it for like the developer and the owner of the server? Meaning when a website crashes.
When a web page crashes, it can happen for some reason, but like the ultimate thing you would like to do as a hacker is for the either the program itself running the server to stop working, or all of the computer itself, the operating system running the program that runs the server, to somehow crash. This is more difficult. Like causing a web server to crash is more likely that you're sending it so much request, or somehow able to figure out a vulnerability that enables you to write, like add things to its memory. And then once you surpass the amount of memory that is possible for this process, the process will just die. The operating system will still be there working. You'll just have to restart the server.
Like for the DHCP server, it would be like to exceed the amount of the pool of the IP addresses that they have. Meaning you're asking for so many IPs that you exceed the amount that the DHCP server is allowed.
I don't know. I haven't heard part of the question, but can you repeat that?
Yeah, if you hear me better now?
Yeah.
If the DHCP server is given a pool of IP addresses, right?
Right.
So to ask for IPs, right, and then not use them, so that would exceed the amount that the DHCP is allowed, and that would be a DDoS attack.
I would say so. Yeah. So this can actually happen in very big networks. So, for example, if you are, I'm studying in a university where sometimes you have thousands of students in the building. and every hour you get thousands of students coming in and coming out, and you can have thousands of DHCP requests from your mobile phones and laptops, etc. And at some point, once the DHCP server is full, the pool was given to everybody, then you can maybe call it a DDoS attack. You can probably create a script running on a specific computer, just sending, talking with the DHCP server, asking for addresses. I'm trying to think if, I think it is possible. Yeah, we talked about it. It's called DHCP flooding. Yeah. And okay, so let's take a look at the code. What is special about this code is the use of a very important library called Scapy. And this is the code. Okay, so you can see over here that we're using a library called Scapy. It is not a default library. You have to install it using pip. So if you want to use it, you have to do first do pip install Scapy. Okay. Like many other packages that some of you have used in your projects, I know that some of you are having trouble installing packages and libraries using pip. So if you're still having that with a tech log or something, contact me and we'll figure out how to enable it. So once you download Scapy, you can create what's called a SYN attack. Now, why do we need a new library for it? Well, some of you in your projects have used a built-in library in Python called Socket. We didn't learn about it in the classes we had about Python because it's a little bit more advanced than the classes that we had. But basically, the library Socket just enables you inside the Python code to create a TCP connection to a remote server and then sending and receiving messages. It's really easy. It's just a matter of doing import socket and then socket.connect, and you're just giving an IP and port, and that's it. You have received an object called a socket that is connected. Behind the scenes, the computer has sent and did the TCP three-way handshake with the server, and then all you have to do is inside the Python code do socket.send or socket.receive, and you're just sending things to the server and receiving things from the server, while behind the scenes there are TCP packets running between the two computers. So Python makes it all very transparent to you. You're just sending and receiving strings from a client to a server. Now, when you're using the socket library, you can't really create whatever packets you want. You can't decide to create a packet from a random source IP or a random source port. But we're hackers and we want to be able to create whatever packet that we want. So when we're using Scapy, we get full access to our network card, and we can form whatever packet that we want, and just tell our network card, send this packet like I have fabricated it as it is. So I can choose to create a IP header and put whatever I want in the header, whatever flags I want, whatever source IP, destination IP, whatever, as well as TCP headers, UDP headers. I can also add additional data to the packet. So Scapy has a lot of cool things in it and a lot of ways to create packets. And the idea is just to formulate an IP header, formulate a TCP header, and then put all of this together to one packet and tell Scapy just send it. So over here, from Scapy all, we're importing all of the functions. So we're going to have here a few functions and classes, objects that we're going to use, including IP header and TCP header. So in here, in this SYN attack script, we have the target IP as a static thing. In a different script, it could have been something that I will give the script through the arguments, okay, in the command line. So in this case, it's attacking this server in this port 80. And now we're just building the headers of the packet. Okay,
the
so
IP
Scapy,
is given as an argument?
No, so over here, specifically in this script, because it's just a proof of concept, you're defining the destination IP of the target and the destination port statically in the code. Okay, so this is, for example, my router in my home and port 80. Okay, so now the packet that I'm going to create that is going to target somebody, I'm going to target this IP in this port, and instead I can choose whatever IP I want on the internet and whatever port. Okay, any questions so far? Okay, so wait, I'll open the chat. No questions were asked on chat. Great, so the first thing, we're going to create the IP header of the packet. Now, when you're doing it in Scapy, if you're creating a header for a packet, Scapy knows how to create the header with a lot of default values. So you can just find out what are the default values for all of the flags or all of the things inside the packet. Only if you want to change something, then you change it, and this is how you create the header. So the first thing would be to create an IP header. You would do that with IP, and in this case, we're using a random IP as a source IP and the target IP of the server. Then we're creating a TCP header, okay? And we're saying that the source port is a random source port, just as we explained. And the destination port is 80. So if this is a web server, we are attacking it on the 80 port. And we're just mentioning that the flags that will be on are just the SYN flags. So this S stands for the SYN flag. So now we have created an IP header and a TCP header. You can ignore this thing. It's not that important. The raw thing, you can actually do it something like this. Okay, so ignore this. It works with the raw and without the raw, just not to complicate things. But then the last thing we need to do is to build the whole packet. Now, specifically using Scapy in my computer, the default thing would be to use Ethernet. And you can also use other headers of different layer 2 protocols. But as far as we are concerned, 99.9% of all of the traffic that we're going to see is Ethernet. And in here, if you're not saying it specifically, then it will be sent on the Ethernet. So you just need to specify that on top of the Ethernet, you have IP and then TCP. So this is just how to create the packet. You're putting it on top of it an IP header, and on top of the IP header, a TCP header. Rivki, I'll answer you shortly, okay? And then the last thing you use is the send function from the Scapy library. You send this packet, and by adding this additional argument to the function send, you're just sending this packet in a loop. It means that every time I'm sending a SYN packet, and then I'm forming again another instance of this packet, another new random IP, new random port, and I'm just sending it in a loop. So I'll answer questions right now, chat or using the microphone, and then we'll see how it works. So Rivki is asking, what is the meaning of the source being random IP? Isn't the source always included in the TCP packet? So in every TCP header, you have a source port, and in every IP header, you have a source IP. The meaning here is just that when we're doing a SYN attack, inside the headers, we're forging a fake random IP and a fake random port for the server not to really know where the SYN packet was sent from. Okay, so we're just inventing a source IP and source port.
On top of that question, does it randomly come up? I mean, or we have to choose random IPs and you know, put them in the script?
No, so in SCAPI itself, there is a function called random IP and random short. Random short just gives you a number between 1 and 65,000, meaning exactly the like a random port. Okay, so this comes from the SCAPI module, and SCAPI is a library for forging packets, so it comes built in with all of these functions that we would want to use, such as random IP and random port. So this is a common use of SCAPI. Any additional questions? Okay, so let's try and run it. Let's try and run it. And I'm running it just as it is. Okay. I don't really want to attack a real server online, so I'm just doing it to the IP of my router, but I think it's not open on port 80, so nothing's going to happen, but we're just going to see the SYN packets in Wireshark. Okay, so the script is running. Let's go to Wi-Fi connection. You know what? No, let me do it smarter. Okay, let's stop it. And in the code, change it to 200. This way I can filter it using this target IP. Okay, so capture filter IP. Let's do without the capture filter. And just do ip.addr equals this. And now let's run the script and see what happens when we run it. Okay, so you start to see TCP SYN packets are being sent to the destination IP that I've chose as a target. And you can see that every source IP is different, okay? Every source IP is different. For some reason, it is running quite slow. When we really attack, we want it to run really fast, and we'll have to somehow do it, but this is for the future. So let's stop the Wireshark and just take a look at a few packets to see actually what packets did we form and how do they look. So let's take a look at the first one. Okay, let's start from the TCP header. So we see that the source port is 8858. Destination port is the one that we set it to be, 80. All kind of flags that we did not set. So for example, the sequence number in this packet is actually 0. It is very uncommon to have a 0 sequence number. If you remember, we usually start with a random one. So maybe it will be less obvious. We need to add in the TCP header a random short or long to add a sequence number. And we see in terms of flags that only the SYN flag is turned on. Okay, over here, the SYN is sent, no SYN ACK. Okay, and that's it. No actual data inside the packet itself. So just a SYN, regular SYN. It will be just like any SYN packet that you've seen. And just to take a look at the IP packet, you can see it's IPv4, very normal IP header, no flags at all. And then the source address is something very random, and the destination address is the address that you wanted. And if you take a look at each and every one of these packets, you can see that their source port is random, their target port is 80, and again, the source IP is random, and the destination IP is the IP of the server. And this is how to create this attack.
Omer, can we attack your router now that we know the IP address?
No.
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 I mean, does it actually work on some? I mean, can we do such thing as like statistically?
I don't recommend you actually using this script on an actual server online, because I think this is
illegal.
Yeah, I'm not sure that actually using a SYN attack is legal. Moshe is saying he took down Google. Yeah, I wouldn't try it on a real server, but just using Scapy and seeing in Wireshark that you actually managed to forge packets. Moshe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's exciting to see it on Wireshark.
So can I just ask, I know that there is such a thing that you can do and not reveal your true IP, like, because you need one IP, like they can track you back, right? If you do that on a server.
So if you use a SYN attack, they cannot track you back just because you are forging a source IP and source port. This is why. What?
So why not use it?
So why not use it?
As some experiment or something.
Oh, so I didn't tell you to do it. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know what is how the routers of your ISP are configured. So maybe you are connected to a router in your neighborhood, and this router knows your the IP that was granted to your household, and perhaps there is a rule that if a packet from a source IP which is not known by the router will be discarded. I don't know. I'm not sure that this is going to work from your home. If you have access to
and do it from an internet cafe or something like that.
Yeah. It has to. From most places, it will work. I think should work. Any questions? Is there anybody that I didn't talk to that wants to present? Yeah, it's awesome, Masha. I really liked it, especially the use of Scapy. If there's anybody who wants to present their project and I didn't have the chance to talk to, please tell me. It will be great. Simon, do you want to come up? Oh, okay. Moshe is asking a question. He was asking earlier, and we didn't want to interrupt. I mentioned earlier something called a recursive function. So Moshe was asking if it's What were you asking? If it's like, I don't remember the question.
About like running a loop?
What?
How is it different than running a loop within the function?
Oh, then running in a loop. So what is the difference between running a function in a loop and inside a function call to the same function itself? So calling to the function inside a function is called a recursive function. We're using recursion in order to properly explain to you about it. I will have to create slides about it, like with a good explanation. Maybe I'll do that. But in terms of programming, usually it's like the last thing you learn in a programming intro course, because everybody hates it and it's not well understood. In order to understand really the difference, you need to understand how in the memory of a process a call to a function looks. And there is a difference how it is implemented in the RAM, like in the memory of the process, to call the function one at a time, call the function a few times one at a time, and rather than calling it inside itself. There is something in the memory called a stack that holds the arguments for the functions. We didn't get into it. It's a little bit more advanced. When you're using recursion, you can solve a lot of algorithms are using recursion, and it's like a very easy to implement in code. I will think about giving you an exercise or something to read about, because like this, waving my hands, I cannot explain it, okay? But we'll get to it at some point, recursion. It's more for mathematical things. You don't really use it practically, specifically in this web crawler, but even in this crawler, you don't really have to use recursion. You can use for loops. You can use for loops. Okay. Simon, is Simon here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi.
Cool. So Simon was, I wanted you to briefly talk about what is a remote shell and what did you build. I don't know if we'll have time to look at your code, but I'll let you explain it a little bit, and then I will say what I have to say about remote shells. Okay.
All right, good, because I didn't really have enough time to like formally research, you know, for this presentation. So I just have to say whatever's on top of my mind about what the remote shell is, why somebody would use it, and maybe give it like a short demonstration of, you know, mine that I built. So a remote shell is the interface where we put input into the computer, and then the computer does whatever process you told it to do, and it spits out information like Omer told us. There's standard input, standard output, standard error. So using that process, we could also create files, we could log files, we could list the contents of the current working directory, all the things that we did using the, in my case, the terminal or the command line in Windows. So there's a way that you can access the shell or the terminal kind of remotely, meaning that you're not on the actual device where the shell resides. You're in a remote device. This is useful for good and bad reasons. You might want to, you know, if you're an administrator of a network, or if you're working at home, and you want to do only like one command on a certain computer, on a remote computer, you could access that computer using a remote shell. Now it's pretty similar to remote login. People have experience over here. I've heard I think somebody was talking about how they use remote login to log into their computers. remote shell is kind of like that, but it's more limited. You could only perform certain functions on the shell, as opposed to having complete access over the computer. And if I remember correctly from my readings, the early remote shells were just one command, and once you executed one command on the remote shell, you were logged out. You had to restart the whole remote shell. So it's kind of like remote login, but more limited. And so if let's say an administrator wants to log files, or if you want to upload a document from your home computer to your other computer, or if you have a server that you want to transfer files, you could do that using a remote shell, where you send a file to that computer and then you run a command to upload it. And obviously that's for good use. And obviously a hacker could use it to, for example, the famous remove, sudo remove all files. You could do that using just one command on the shell, using it from your computer at home, and destroying a remote computer using the shell terminal. Now, what one interesting thing that actually goes back to, I think Malia spoke about social engineering. It's a little bit of a catch-22, because if you could have access to somebody else's shell, just a little introduction. In order for a shell to be able to work, in order for you to be able to remotely access a shell, you need to set up a server to listen. A server has to be listening on a certain port on the host computer in order to be able to access, that shell. So for example, there's a program called Netcat where you could set up a server, and you could just send a message to that server to execute a certain command on the host computer, and it executes it. But obviously you have to set up that Netcat should be listening on that server. Now, if you have access to that computer already, then why would you have to set up the server? Just go, if you already have access to that computer, then do whatever you're doing. Why do you have to set up the server and then send remotely use the shell? The answer is that maybe social engineering can only go so far. Sometimes all you could do is convince somebody who has access to that host that you're trying to hack to set up a shell for whatever reason. To set up a server. I'm sorry, Omer. Yeah.
I'll add up one more usage for such a thing, which is very important for hackers, that they're using remote shells as their main working horse on foreign networks. I've mentioned to you guys that vulnerability is the most expensive tool that a hacker has. So if I own a vulnerability that enables me to upload a file or run a command on a remote computer, one of the first things that I would like to do is, I don't want to use this vulnerability every time in order to upload a file or run a command. What I would like to have is, I would like to have a backdoor that will enable me to run a remote shell. And so when I use my vulnerability to hack a specific server, one of the things that I will do, I will use this vulnerability to upload the file. For example, this file will be a remote shell, something like the script that Simon wrote. And then I will use my vulnerability to run a command, and this command will actually simply run the script. And from this point onward, I have my backdoor. I have a program. The thing that Simon described is a program that listens on a port. And then I, as a hacker, I can connect to this listening port without using any vulnerability anymore. I've used it once and that's it. And then I can access this computer and run commands remotely, etc., and then doing other things.
Right. Right. So generally, I believe that a lot of computers by default do have would have a port open. I think it's 516, port 516, somewhere along there where it would accept requests to open a remote shell. But obviously, anybody serious about the security of their computer would have that port closed. Now, there are other, I didn't have to write this program, and Bracha, I think it was, who was busy, who was saying that she didn't write it herself. I think that's okay, because being a hacker is not about writing your own code. I know some hackers who told me that they barely write any code. It's about putting together different tools that you can find on the internet or wherever it is and using it to your advantage. It's not about writing the code. It's not what it's about. It's about understanding the tools and using them in the right way, whether you wrote them or not. So really, there is another command. As a matter of fact, I know this command because the book that I took this code from, or at least the skeleton of the code, calls this program replacing Netcat. Netcat is a program that you can use where you can set up a server listening on whatever port you specify on a host computer. And then you could use the client side of the Netcat on a different computer, and you could initiate a command shell and things like that. Now, Netcat is something that's built into a lot of Linux and maybe even Windows operating systems. And again, people that are serious about security would disable the files that allow Netcat to run. So again, if you're a hacker and you're trying to use Netcat, there's good chances that you won't be able to set up Netcat on that computer. So what do? You write your own. That's what you got to do. You got to write your own tools. So this tool that I wrote, taken out of the book Black Hat Python, kind of takes a lot of the functionality of Netcat and implements it in Python. So let me see if I could share the screen. I never done this before.
Do you have a prepared demonstration?
I don't, but I can just open my terminal and set do that.
Great.
Let me see the thing.
I'll let you do that. Miri is asking if somebody is able to access the remote computer, why does he need the remote shell that is limited? Well, once you have a remote shell, your access to the computer is via this remote shell. And usually remote shells are not really limited. And well, if you're a really minimalist hacker, what you can do is you can install a very, very, very limited remote shell that the only thing that it lets you do is to upload a file and run it. But then you can upload whatever you want, a super elaborated shell or tool, and run it, and then connect to it and do whatever you want. So even if you have the most simple shell that just lets you run one command, once you have access, you can then do everything. So it doesn't really matter.
Is my screen sharing? Do you see my screen?
Yes, we see your terminal and the we see everything.
All right, so I'm just gonna go over to where the file is stored. All right, so I have here a file called where is it? Here, bhpnet. That's Black Hat Python net.py. I'll just open the actual. First I'll run an example doing this. So first, okay, so I don't have, on this computer, I don't have virtual machines. So I'll just set up two separate terminals and run it from one terminal to the other. It's kind of the same thing like doing it from one host to another. I'm just doing it on two separate terminals because I don't have access to another operating system right now. So actually, first I'll do this. So just typing in the name is going to give you the usage. So you have usage bhpnet.py. First you put in the target host, that's the IP address, and then the port number that you want to either set up the server or that you want the client to connect to. And then you could listen, which basically means to set up a server. You could put in a file to execute a command if you want to set up a command line, which I guess we'll do. And then if you want to upload a file to the host computer, you can do that using the client to send the file. So let me set up a command line.
But this is the client, right? So first you need.
First, I'm going to set up the server because the client can't connect to anything if there's no server set up. So
I'm repeating it so everybody. I'm making sure everybody understand. Instead of using one host and a remote host, we're just doing this on the same computer. One terminal will run the server listening, and one terminal will run the client and connect to it. But it's the same as if we're running the server on one computer and the client on a different.
Right. So here I said I'm running the program. This is the local, the loopback, I guess, and this is the port number that I'm going to set it up on. L means that I'm listening, which means I'm a server, and C means that I'm expecting to send out a command line, receive commands, and then execute the commands, send the output back to whoever was setting up the shell. So now I'm listening. This, there's no more prompt over here. Now the server is up and listening for connection requests. So now I'll open a new tab. Okay, so I'm already in the right. Again, the local computer, because local host, because I'm doing it on the same computer. Port, I think it was 5678. Okay. So now you see here, it means that it's trying to connect to the server. And let's see. Okay. So I think we are connected. Now, okay. So a slight glitch. So this is a prompt that I myself created, BHP. It looks pretty official, but it's just a print command that you're sending over to the client. The prompt should be right after this arrow here. It's a little bit of a glitch. It's going to go down one line, but so now this is my shell. This is anything I execute on this. Any command that I ask the shell to execute here is actually going to really be doing it on this computer, on this server computer. So let's say I'll do ls to list. Okay, so I just put in a ls command, the list command, to list all the contents in the present in the current directory. And what happened is that it sent this ls command to this server that's running on this that's running over here on this tab, on this terminal. This terminal executed all of the commands. It saved the output of the command and then sent that output back to the other terminal, which is really another computer. So right now I could see on another computer files. I could now, I could do any command. I could list every single directory. I could upload. I could create new files. I could do whatever I want on this shell, even though really it's on a different computer. Sorry if my teaching skills are not.
I'm just curious, how does it help you with what can you actually do with it?
So let's say I want to create a file. Say I want to create a file on my own computer, right? So, or a directory or whatever it is. So let's say I'll make a file. And now I did this on my computer, which is 100 miles away from Tomet's computer. And now if I do ls, I should see here another file that I just created that's not on my computer. This is on the remote computer, and I created that file on my own computer. I could delete files if I want. I could.
You have access at all times?
Yeah, until I decide to shut the connection. If I want to shut the connection, which I guess I could do now. First of all, let me just. So it still does rock, but just for demonstration. And now ls. That's it. I just deleted the file on some other person's computer I don't know, and so that's a malicious act. I could remove the entire drive. I could do sudo rm dash. Omer knows it better than I do, and remove their entire thing, and the computer is non-operational anymore. So this is a very powerful tool. And in order to exit it, you just have to exit from, it should be Control-C. Now I'm exiting. The server is still listening because the server, I set up the server should be able to accept 5 clients. So I can still connect another 4 clients, but the listener is down. And now I'll exit the.
But it's always listening. Let's say if you wanna connect at a different point, let's say you want to connect later tonight, you don't have to get that initial contact. Now you have a way in, right? This is your back door?
Yeah, until maybe the computer shuts down, or if somebody discovers that there's a port listening, the port should listen forever. So if you have a lot of servers, like from big companies that are always on, I always have access until somebody discovers it.
Right.
Unless they have some sort of security thing, which is constantly scanning which ports are open and blah, blah, blah. But
that's so cool.
Yeah.
I want to address the question Moshe asked in chat. Is remote shell like a new host or VPN or something? So no, a remote shell is just as if you're running a CMD or a terminal on the remote computer, and you just have the ability to type to it with your keyboard from afar, and you're just running commands on a terminal that is running 100 miles away from you. Okay, so it's just a remote access to the computer, no new host on the network. And by the way, if we're talking about new hosts in the network, there are hackers that are under the radar installing VMs on remote networks, but that's for a different, that's a different thing. I wanna emphasize something. We talked a little bit about what a backdoor is, and a lot of the times backdoors are sort of implemented together with remote shell. So remote shell would be anything that enables you to run shell commands from a remote computer, and the part of the backdoor is the thing that enables you to connect. So in the case of what Simon did, he created something which is both a backdoor and a shell. So the backdoor part is just being able to listen all the time for new connections, and for every new connection that is arriving, open a remote shell for it. Now, there are other implementations for backdoors. So the simplest backdoor is just running some server that is listening on a port, but this is very easy to find out. And so there are other types of backdoors. Instead of listening on a port, doing some other things in the network. And once a key event is happening, it would then create in some way a remote access to the remote shell. Maybe we'll have examples of other types of backdoors in a different time. Any other things you would like to show us on your remote shell?
Should I show the code? Oh, there's other functionality. I could upload files, but it's all pretty similar to this.
See the code?
Yeah, sure. If
I think that the code, well, it's a long code, and I'm not sure that, I don't know if we're going to gain something from it. You know what? Let me I'll stop your sharing. Let me, maybe I'll open it for a few minutes. I'll see if there's something worth showing. So maybe the threading, you know what? I'm thinking about maybe showing about threading, because this is not something that we've talked about. And also you're also using the socket library. So I think it is a very good. So you know what? We'll take our long break. Okay. Really a great job, Simon. Amazing. We'll take this 20-minute long break, and after the break, we'll take a few snippets from your code, and we'll take a look on the socket library, and maybe about threading. Okay, we'll talk a little bit about threading.
I could just add one thing.
Yes.
So just because it struck me when I saw it, we did come across the initials SSH, secure shell, a couple of times, especially when we were discussing the well-known port numbers. That was always one of the examples that was given. So there was like HTTP on port 80, HTTPS on port 1, on wherever it is, 8 whatever. So SSH is also, so SSH is kind of the same thing. It's a remote shell. Just when we're sending the data from let's say from my computer to the remote host, or from the remote host sending data to mine, again, a lot of this is like good. It's a network administrator that just wants to upload files or receive data from a computer that he doesn't have access to physically right now. So the remote shell programs were generally not encrypted. They were unsafe. And that's where secure shell comes in. It's really just a remote shell that is encrypted and secured. So if you ever come across SSH, that's what it is.
Okay, so I'll just add one more thing, because before I'm sending you to the break. Once, a few years ago, when the Wi-Fi in the Israeli rail network, like trains, was not that secure, once I did a network, I scanned the network inside the Wi-Fi in the train, and I found out this open SSH port. So I just connected to it, and I saw the name of the SSH server name, and I just searched online the name of this SSH server, default password. The password worked, and I just turned this iPhone from my own seat in the train, just for the fun of it, but don't do it at home.
And my uncle does cybersecurity. He does cybersecurity for a company. He told me that the first thing he does is changes the default port for SSH.
Okay, we'll take 20 minutes. Thank you, Simon. Okay, we're back. Hope everybody's here. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to go over the code of Simon, and we are again not going to go through each and every line, but focus on specific things from the code. So just a second. Let me share my screen. Okay. So as we said, you can interrupt me in any time, use your microphones. And the main things I want to talk about in this code are the threading library in here in Python and the socket library in here. So let's start from the socket library. I've mentioned this one before. Maybe I should have talked about it before we talked about Scapy. If you remember, Scapy was used in the SYN attack, where you can forge a packet, whatever you want. You can create a IP header, TCP header, UDP header. You can create whatever packet you want and then just send it through your network card. Now, most of the time, this is not how we are talking between a client and a server, but the traditional way is to use the socket library. And actually, there are even libraries that are more high level than socket that even enables you to create clients and servers in even an easier way. But socket is sort of the basic. It allows you to create a connection, either TCP or UDP. And let's just take a look at one function, in this case from Simon's remote shell, that is called client sender. This is a function that gets a target IP and a port, and then simply creates a socket, which is a connection over IP and TCP, and then just being able to send and receive a message over a TCP session. So
didn't we say a socket is when you have an IP and the port number?
Again?
Didn't we say a socket is when you have an IP address and the port number attached?
Right. So a socket is the name of an IP plus a port. That's correct. In Python, this is also the name of the library used to eventually create sockets. I mean, yes, this is the way to create connections. It's simply called socket. So the first thing to do is to import socket. And then if you want to implement a client, that means that there is a server somewhere waiting for a TCP connection, listening. So this is how to create a client. You would first create an instance of an object called socket. So socket.socket, and this thing returns to you an object from the type socket. Now, you can give this a few arguments, this function. You can make it an IP socket, you can IPv4, you can make it an IPv6, you can make it a TCP connection or a UDP connection, but by default, if you're just not giving it any arguments, it will create an IPv4 socket and TCP. Okay, so this will create to me a connection over IPv4 using the TCP protocol. And now after I've created the socket, okay, I can call it client socket, I can call it client. In this case, it is the name of the socket is client. Okay, so by doing this, I've actually asked from the operating system, please give me a socket. And now the next thing, after I've created the socket and I've called it client, I'm using the method connect. Now this is when I'm implementing a client, meaning I want to connect to a server that is already listening. So all I have to do is do client.connect and give it as an argument a tuple, where the first argument is the target IP and the second is the port. If this succeeds, this line succeeds, this means that behind the scene, the computer has sent a SYN packet, have received a SYN ACK packet back, and have sent back a SYN ACK, and the TCP three-way handshake is completed, and this socket is now connected to a destination IP and port, such as we have what we've put in here. Now, this thing also has a return value, but in here we don't really use it, so it doesn't matter. But we can get as a return value, I think it's a return value, the source IP and source port that we are using, our own socket, and not only the target's IP and port. And basically, once you've created the socket using this line, and then managed to create a connection using the connect method, then all you have left to do is to call two different methods. One of them is called send. So I can do client.send and then any string, it doesn't matter. And then it's just sending the data over the TCP connection to the server. So if I would open Wireshark in the background, I would see the strings that I'm sending. I would be able to see them in plain text in Wireshark as the data inside the TCP packet. And I can also, after I'm sending some data to the server and I'm waiting for the server to return to me some data back, I can, in order to read whatever the server is sending me back, I can call the receive method. So you can see client.receive, and I'm just receiving data. There are some code around it in order to make sure that you have received all of the data that the server has sent to you, but I'm pretty certain that Simon, you just grabbed this code for the shell and didn't really need to deal with that to make sure that the receive received all of the information. But basically there is a loop here that receives a few times until it is sure that all of the data from the server was received. So the basic usage of socket is creating one, then connecting to a remote server using the connect method, and then simply using the send and receive methods. You can read about them in the socket module documentation if you'll ever need to create a script that is talking over TCP or UDP, etc. Any questions so far about the socket? We didn't talk about it, right? Or am I wrong? No, we didn't talk about it. Okay. So I know it's confusing in the beginning. Maybe we should have created the class talking about sockets because it is important, but it is also considered a bit advanced. So maybe we'll have homework with the socket library in a later stage. The next thing I want to talk about is the threading library, which is also a default Python library, exactly like socket, no need to download anything special. And it allows you to create different threads. Now, if you remember, we talked about threads when we talked about operating systems. So anybody wants to remind us what a thread is? Anybody remember? Okay, so I guess most of you do remember sort of, but not enough to explain it live, but we have processes, okay, that are running independent from one another. And inside the process, you can have multiple threads running in parallel. So thread is sort of the smallest chunk of code that the operating system is able to run in parallel to other codes. Now, what is the difference between running different programs and running a few threads inside one program? The difference is that if I'm running, for example, Zoom and Chrome, Zoom and Chrome can't actually talk to each other. It would be very not secure if one process is able to communicate with a different process running on the same computer. Because think, if I've had a, let's say, vulnerability for Chrome, I wouldn't want Chrome to be able to access the memory of other processes inside the memory. So if every process is sort of segregated for security measures, so each and every process is on its own. Now, what happens if you want to create code that runs in parallel and communicates with like two different codes that are running in parallel but are talking to each other? So you have two options. One option is to create a few processes and then use one of the existing method for inter-process communication. You can use sockets. You can use and we've mentioned a few others. There are also pipes that you can create, named pipes between two processes. But the more like common way to do it is to create one process, one program that runs a few threads inside one program, and multiple threads are able to access shared memory inside the same process. So if you're running one process and have multiple threads, the threads are easily communicating with one another. You don't have any limitations about this. So in Python, you have a library called threading that enables you to create a few Python threads, meaning you are running one Python script, and then you're able from one script to run in parallel a few chunks of Python code that are able to run in parallel, and they are able to access the same variables, change variables, and then different threads from the same Python script can communicate with one another and change the same things in memory that is all shared between all of them. So it is quite easily to create a thread in Python. There are a few ways. One of them is the threading library. There are other libraries to do that, but basically in here, you're just, after importing the library threading, you just run this line. You create a new thread, threading.thread. The target of the thread is the name of a function that will be run in parallel, meaning I'm taking a function in Python and I'm making it run as a separate thread in parallel to the rest of the code. And I'm giving the arguments to the function, just like every other function. And once I've created this thread and I just do client thread start, after this thing, after this line is happening, what happens is in the background, this function will start running. And then from this point on, the Python code continues from here. And now I have more than one thread running. And so I can create multiple threads. In this case, we have this while true address that can create one thread after another. And I don't want to get into it more than that, but most of the time you can run Python scripts without using threading. It's not really necessary. Sometimes it is, and then you'll have to check out how to do it if you'll have to, but no need to learn it right now if you don't really have to. Just know that you have the option. So questions about threads. Threading.
So you could have a bunch of threads. Like
I can't really hear you, Simon.
When you make a bunch of processes, I'm trying to think, like in terms of ports. Like, could you have more than one process running on a port? I guess.
Are you talking about ports in as if in TCP ports?
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with it, right?
So processes running on the operating system are not are like, it's dissociated from ports, two different things. And if you are a program running on the operating system, you are able to ask from the operating system using the API of the operating system, please give me a port. Like, I want to bind to this IP address and I want to receive this source port. You're able to do it. And one program can assign to itself multiple ports, but most processes don't even create even a single port because they're not using any communication. Okay. I have a few others works that I've been I wanted to talk about. Just let me have 1 second. Okay, so I want to mention two works, two projects. The first one is Ellie's project, and the second one is Rivki Kapel's project. I don't know if I want to show the code itself, but I wanna talk about the project and mention it because they're both super cool. Ellie's work, he created like this super annoying malware that I would not like to meet at any time. It's this malware that simply once you open it, it just blocks all of the input from the user, meaning you're not able to use your keyboard or your mouse. And then it just starts deleting all of your files. But for every file it deletes, it takes a picture of you using your webcam, and it switches every file it deletes with a picture of you instead of it. And then only at the end, it releases the block from the keyboard and the mouse, and then you're able to free to use your computer with nothing left but
who did this?
Ellie, I believe. It was I didn't try to run it. I don't know if you're with us, Ellie. Yeah, it just made me laugh. But actually, I don't think that such a malware will be like a very serious malware to be out there that you're going to somehow explore or see, because it doesn't really have like a malicious, it is malicious, but it's more for like annoying your friends instead of making money. Yeah, so but it incorporates a lot of very cool Python packages. What you can learn from the script is that it is super easy to access almost any input in your computer. So for example, webcam, it's just a matter of searching in Google Python library for taking pictures with your webcam. And then it's a matter of very few simple lines of code. Once you install the package, you're just able to take pictures using your webcam. And of course, it's a big code. It does a lot of things. It's cool to see how to disable the keyboard and the mouse. But I was thinking maybe we'll skip it. The second one is by Rivki Kapel. a script that I ran on my own computer, and I got super scared because I didn't know it was possible. Rivki, would you like to tell us maybe? I didn't contact you before, but I just seen it before class. Would you like to tell us what you found? Tell about it a little bit.
I basically mimicked a code that I saw online that allows you to extract every password that you have saved on Chrome. And the only thing you need is to have access to the computer itself. Once you're on a computer, you can just run a Python code and get every password that the person saved on their computer.
Yeah, so as a person who saves all of his passwords on Google Passwords, and my Chrome automatically signs into everything, I just ran this script and it showed me all of my passwords. So I looked at the script. I obviously saw that like it is copied from a known script, because you have to do a very serious research in order to understand exactly how to extract this passwords. But you know what? Maybe we'll show it. Is that okay if I'll show it, the code?
Yeah, as long as you want to show everybody your passwords.
No, I will not run it, but but I will show the code. So
but does she get a copy of his passwords? Because I don't know if I did something similar, because I don't know. I worked on a keylogger thing. So if somebody writes the password, then it also returns it to me. So does this return the information to her?
But she's on the computer.
If you leave your computer on, I can get onto it and easily just get all your passwords without knowing any of your passwords beforehand.
How are you getting on the computer from first place?
That's another question.
Okay, so only once you're on the computer you can do that. Okay, so it's different, because a keylogger, if I send the link, I'm not really on the computer, but I can get credentials and stuff like that. So I can log on to email and then find the passwords for the computer, because obviously it's keylogged.
If, for example, you somehow manage to install Simon's remote shell on the computer and then able to upload Rivki's script and then using the remote shell, you're able to run it on the remote computer and extract all of the passwords of the guy using the computer. Okay, so let's take a look at the code. Tell me if it's not productive for you because on one hand, I want to show you the important things in the code. On the other hand, it feels as if I'm just jumping between parts of the code and maybe you're not understanding the full picture. But let me just show you the important parts, because this isn't like an elaborate code. Okay, so I'll just show them the main things. Now, the idea behind this code, you cannot write this code from zero without knowing anything. You have to have very extensive knowledge about how Chrome exe works. You have to do an extensive job of reverse engineering to understand exactly on what file, using what encryption, Chrome saves the passwords. And only once you've done all of it, and you know how to find the key and how to find the correct encryption algorithm, only then you can create this script that decrypts it. So like I do every time I open a Python script, I go all the way to the bottom just to make sure and see that it looks like this. I have if main equals name, calling the name. It looks like this every time. And then I'm going to the main function to see how it looks. So, and I also take a look at the top imports just to see what was imported in here. So I can see OS, JSON. So I don't know if you have mentioned JSON file types with native. JSON is just a way to represent, it's like, I don't know, XML, simply a way to represent content in an ordered, structured way.
I think it's JavaScript.
What?
It's a language that translates Python to JavaScript.
The JSON? Okay, so I know. Okay, we'll discuss it.
Okay.
Base64 is a known encoding. Just takes a string and converts it to one of 64 characters. We have here an SQLite client, meaning SQL client. So if you have a database in the form of an SQL database, you can just open it using this library and read the database. And additional libraries to being able to use encryption and decryption algorithm. So again, we see the AES algorithm, just like the one Ella used, and SHUtil, etc., etc. Okay, so what are the stages for decrypting the passwords? First, we get the encryption key. We'll get to this function. Then we find where the database is. Okay, so it's under a folder called app data local Google Chrome user data default login data. That's just the path of the file, and the file, the name of the DB is this Chrome data.db, and this is the path where it's at, the folder. And we are copying the file. Tell me if I'm Rivki, would you like to? No, you know what? I'll do it. Okay. Then what we're doing is we are treating this file as if this is an SQL database. So we are opening it with the SQLite 3 library using the method called connect. And then we can search the SQL database using an SQL query. Now, remind me if you've learned about SQL queries with native. Yes, right? So this is just an SQL query asked from a SQL database that is actually sitting locally on your computer, saved in a file like on one of the folders of your Google Chrome. So I'm just selecting username values, password values, etc. from this database. So far, it's all encrypted. And then I'm going through the data I've extracted from the database. And once I reach to the password, I just call the function decrypt password using the key. And then the username and the password for each and every credentials saved in Chrome is printed to me in the terminal. Now, let's see decrypt password, and let's see get encryption key. Okay, so let's see get encryption key. By the way, in PyCharm, if you want to get to a function, you can press Control, and while you press Control, you can press on the function name, and then you get to the definition of the function. And that is, even if the function is defined somewhere else in a different file. So for example, over here, the function join from OS path, I can do Control and then press on join, and it will, in this case, it's not a good example, but it will open the right Python file where the function is defined. So get encryption key. Again, we're just accessing this local file in this app data local Google Chrome user data folder. And we're opening it, reading it using, would you like to explain what JSON loads does, Rivka?
I think it just, it translates the information that you're reading in this folder to a JavaScript language, which you're going to need to decrypt the file from an online location, I think.
Okay, so I'm just parsing this file in a specific format, and this password, this encryption key is just sitting here in this file. This file is encoded in the base64 encoding. Once I'm decoding it from this encoding, it's not an encryption, it's just a very simple encoding. Then it is in the form of a JSON structured file. And so I can just oh no, it's a JSON file. I'm parsing it as a JSON file. I'm going to where the encrypted key is saved, and it is encoded in base64. So I'm just decoding it, and then I have the key itself. Okay. That's it. It's just saved somewhere. You just have to know the path of the file and where exactly it is saved. Now the other function is decrypt password, where you have the encrypted password and you have the key. You take the password, you break it up into a few pieces, and then you create the AES decryption key from what was saved in the password, and you just use the AES decryption function, and voila, you have the password. And you know what? Let me just run it, and I'll stop the share just for a second. I'll pause the share. I'll run it, and I'll show you a specific line that is not, that I don't care about, that you'll see. No, everything is important in here. Damn it, sorry.
Can you do it on your VM?
What?
Can you do it on your VM?
Yeah, I can do it on a VM. Wait, let's just show you one password. I don't even know if it's important for something, but really it printed something like 30, 40 passwords. I don't know, but here you can see the share, and this is one of them for my Maccabi. I'm going to change it after class, okay? That's it. So this is the code. It actually works. You just need to use Python to use it. I would suggest sending it to you all, but I don't know. If you want, you can send it to everybody, Rivki. Yeah, it was very cool. Very cool. Ellie, are you around?
Yeah, sorry, I was out for a little bit.
And did you notice we mentioned your work?
I saw some audio about having a demo.
What? I didn't hear.
I saw in the chat, yeah, but I wasn't here. I was out for a little bit.
Okay. So I just mentioned, I didn't show it, but I just mentioned what it does. Yeah, it was super funny.
Thank you.
Okay, so is there anybody else who wants to present something? We have additional time if anybody wants to present something. No. Okay. So I'm trying to there's also a port scanner to show and a hash dictionary attack. Okay, so I got a question, a private question asking about debugging, and you know what? I think that it is a good time to show everybody how to do it if we're already dealing with Python scripts. So over here we have Rivki's script, okay, and I want to debug it because something happened. I've I don't know, divided by 0, and then I ran the script, and things don't work. Okay, let's do Python. Okay, 0 division error. I don't know where it is, or I don't know, something is wrong with my code. I want to fix it. Okay, so I don't know really where to begin, but I have this this suspicion that it is somewhere after this line. Okay, in the following line there is some bug in my code I need to fix. So one way to do it is to just add prints, okay, in all over the code, and the other way is to use the Python debugger. Okay, so I'm just using PDB. This is the Python debugger, and then so I'm doing import PDB, and then how do we call this? It's not comma, but I don't know, semicolon, then pdb.setTrace. Now, always imports go at the top of the file, and you never use semicolon. The only place where I'm allowing you to import in the middle of the file and use a semicolon is whenever you want to add this line to your code. It's just one simple line where you're importing PDB and doing pdb.setTrace. Okay, now when I run the code, once I'm arriving at this line, and this line is running, the Python debugger will come up, and then we'll see what options I have to do using the Python debugger. Okay, so as you can see, I've run the code, and then I got to the line of code where I've enabled the PDB. I called PDB set trace, and then I'm here in line 53, key equals get encryption key. So let's see, we're here in the debugger. It shows me that this is the current line. So I'll just write age for help, and now I get a documentation from the Python debugger that tells me what I can do. Okay, so you have all of these are commands that you can give the Python debugger, and if you want additional help in one of the topics, so you can do help and then topic, for example, help C. Okay, so C is for continue execution, only stop when a breakpoint is encountered. We didn't talk about breakpoint, but if I'll just press C right now, I will exit the PDB, and the code will just I'm out of the code. Okay, now let's run the code again. Okay, and again I'm stopped at the line where I put the PDB. So now let's do again age for help and see what other methods I have. I have S over here, which is important. So let's see, help S. S is step. Step is execute the current line. Stop at the first possible occasion, meaning just do the next step. Do the next step is running this line. Key equals get encryption key. So let's just do S. I'm pressing. So it did this line of code, get encryption key, and what the next line it is going to, it is the definition of the function get encryption key, because this is the next thing that is going to be running. So if I run S again, I'm actually starting to run the first line of the function get encryption key. So now let's, for example, we found out that the problem is somewhere in the get encryption key function. So right now the program is stopped, and I can just start and see. You know what? No, let's do another step. So I've wait, how do I explain it well? Okay, you now notice that when I'm doing step, when I'm calling S, if I'm calling a function, it is entering this function, and it will show me how this function is working. If I just want the following line to run without entering inside the function and see how the function works, I need to use a different command that is not step, but not down. N, I think. Let's see, help N. N is next. Next is continue execution until the next line in the current function is reached or it returns. So wait, I'm doing it all again. I run the script, I get to the PDB. If I want to get inside the function get encryption key, I press S. This is to step inside. Now I'm inside the encryption key. I want to get to the next line. I do N, okay? So now in this line, I'm calling a new function, OS path join. If I just want to go to the next line, I do next. If I want to step inside the function, I will do S. In this case, I just want to go N, and that's it. I've let's see the function that I've ran. I've went through these lines of code. This was running. Tell me if you're not understanding, okay? Because I can see faces. So I've run this line of code. So now in the PDB, I can actually type the name of a variable, for example, and see what is its. Why is it not defined? No, let's do another N. Okay. So now once I've created this variable called local state path, in the PDB, I can just write the name of the variable, and it will show me the value of the variable. And now I can see what it is, okay? If I didn't want to use PDB, I could have just go to this code over here and add a line of print and printed in here local state path, and it would just print to the shell, and it's easier. So
can I ask why you needed to import the PDB? Why not press next to the number of the line? It comes up like a red button when you press.
And delete this line. So I was asked in Slack, how do I debug a Python script that is not using the PyCharm? Okay, so if you're using PyCharm, you have a more convenient way to do it. Yeah, maybe I should have started with this. In PyCharm, you have a better way to debug things, and it is using the GUI of PyCharm. So if I want to stop somewhere in the code and see what happens in the code, I can add in a how is it called? Forgot it. Checkpoint, error point,
breakpoint,
like this. Yeah, I just pressing next to the number in here, and then if I'm just running the script from here from PyCharm using run, so it will just run. And if I want to debug it, instead of run, I'm choosing debug, and then it will run it. And once it will reach this breakpoint, I will get this nice nice interface. The thing is, for example, this. Okay, so this script does not take any command line arguments. So I can just press debug, and it will just run the script with no arguments, and I will get over here this nice debugging, GUI. And once the code reached this point, it stopped. Okay, and now I can do exactly what I can do in PDB, but in nice GUI. So this thing is step over. I can do it with F8. This thing is step into. It's like pressing S in PDB. And you have step out is stepping out of a function. Step over, it's like N in PDB. So step over is just moving on to the next line. And you can see over here, PyCharm highlights the line that is now running. Okay. So once I've passed over these lines, you see that every line that I'm going over, I get in here in this window all of the variables that I've already defined. So if file name was defined over here, I can see it in the variable window and see that it is a string and this is its data. And if you have a lot of variables and you don't know what their contents are, you're able to trace them from here. Okay, so db path is the string and this is its value. And you can do either step into, which goes into the function, for example, copy file, or step over, which is like next, which will be going to the next line in this file. You just need to have hands-on experience with it. I've told you PDB and the debugger and in PyCharm have a steep learning curve. You just have to try on your own. But these are the basics, like trying to understand what step over is and step into, which translates to N and S in PDB. And basically, this is how to debug code in Python.
Omer, I don't know if you saw, but I put on the Slack that there is a way to, I don't know about PyCharm, but through Visual Studio Code, you could do command line arguments.
Right.
Configure
right. So you can do it using PyCharm as well. Let's just show it. And every IDE has the Visual Studio. So you just over here where you have the run or debug, you can do edit configuration, and then this is the name of the file, and then this is the script path, and then you can just add parameters, just like you would add right after the name of the script in the command line. So if this would have gotten arguments, then over here I would put, for example, like in your script, Simon, this thing minus P 80 minus V, I don't know, all of the options, and it will just be like running this script, space, and then all of these parameters. And then once I just go here after I've changed this configuration and just press debug, it will run the script with the additional arguments. Okay, so this is how to debug a script that is receiving command line arguments. You just go to your debugger and add this in the configuration. Now, if you want to use PDB and use the debugger in the command line, so you just add the line of the PDB wherever you want. Okay, so import PDB, no, import PDB, pdb.setTrace. And then when you go to the command line, you run the script with the additional arguments to the script, press enter. And then once you get to this point in the code, it will open the PDB debugger and you'll move on. Okay, I'll stop sharing. Well, I have a few ideas for what I want to do next. I got a suggestion about threading, talking about threading, but I think maybe it's too much for today. So I know what I'll do. Okay. What we'll do right now is I'll briefly talk about the last tool, which is called a port scanner. We won't show any example. After this, I think we'll take another short break. Okay, the 7-minute break, and then we'll have our last hour, and I think we'll start the presentation about anonymity in the web. Hope that's fine by all of you, and I hope you enjoyed the class so far. I know it was different from the usual classes, but we're going to be back to them next week. Okay, so a port scanner, we've talked about it a little bit in one of the classes. It's very easy to implement it in Python, and you can do it in a few ways, but the basic is just to use the socket library that we've shown. And what you do, a port scanner is just a script that is intended to take a target IP, a server, for example, and check out what ports are open on this server. And when I say open, I mean on what ports does this server listens on. So the first way to do it, and this is the simple way, is to use the socket library and just trying to create a TCP connection to each and every port, starting from port 1 all the way to, I don't know, 65,000. Usually we don't really do it to 65,000 usually just the main ports, known ports, or ports between 1 and up to maybe 10,000. After 10,000, it's not really necessary. No server is listening on these ports, and it's taking too much time. But the idea is to create a socket. So just creating a new TCP socket, just like we saw, and then calling the method socket.connect to the specified target IP and to the port that we're now scanning. So we're starting from port 1, and then we'll try to, for every new port that we're trying to scan, we'll create a new socket, and then we'll try to use socket connect to connect to this port. Ports that are closed, if the server is not listening and you're using the function socket.connect, after a few seconds, or maybe less even, a timeout is reached where the server did not reply anything back, and so an exception is raised, or the return value of the function indicates that the connection was not made, and so you can tell the user this port is not open. If the port is open, then the function socket.connect terminates and returns like a return value that is saying this connection was established. So the next thing to do is just print to the user that the port is open, and then use socket.close to terminate the the connection. Now, this is a very simple port scanner. It's very important when you reach a new network as a hacker. If you want to try and attack a new computer, a new server, you have to know what services are on it, what ports it is listening on. So this would be the way to use it. Now, the more professional way would be not to use the socket library, but rather the SCAPI library. And the reason is what you would really like to do in a professional port scanner is to send a SYN packet to the server. And then if the server does not return a SYN ACK, so this means that the port is closed. If the server does return a SYN ACK, it means that the port is open. The server was listening, but it is better for you not to return the third SYN ACK, not to complete the TCP handshake. Because once you've got the SYN ACK from the server, you already know that the port is open. But if you are replying to the server by sending the last SYN ACK, perhaps this server has some kind of log, and it will register that someone was connecting this port. Okay, so it's more stealth not to complete the TCP handshake. So you just get the indication that the port is open. You are not completing the TCP handshake, and so the connection will never be really established. And so probably no logs will be saved that somebody from a certain IP has established a TCP connection to this computer. So this is the more professional way to do it, but there are pros and cons to both methods. Some would say that actually the second one is now better known as a hacker method and is seen as less legitimate. So you have the pros and cons of both methods. So this is about the port scanner. Rivki is asking, does an open port automatically means that it is vulnerable? And the absolute answer is no. It doesn't indicate nothing but the fact that this port is open. So it can be an SSH server, it can be an HTTP server, HTTPS server, it can be an FTP server, every legitimate server out there, as long as you have to authenticate to access it and it is well configured, it shouldn't be automatically vulnerable. Listening on a port is a basic thing in the life of a server. It's not already a vulnerability, but an important question. Any other questions about the port scanning before we move to our last break?
Is this illegal?
What?
Is this illegal?
If it's illegal to do port scanning, I don't know. I've never tried to do port scanning in the internet. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's take a break, everybody. I'll put the timer for 7 minutes.
Well, yeah, I'm just wondering because in case I try it, I don't want to do anything that will put me in jail. I've got enough things, can't do that.
Okay, we're back. We're back, everyone. I am sending you on Slack right now the slides to the next presentation, but it has at the end of it the homework for next week. But what I'm going to do is we're going to see how much we're going to finish from this presentation, and then accordingly I'm going to publish you homework. So don't take a look at the homework from the PDF. I'll give you the homework on the Google Classroom and do the homework from there. So I sent it right now, okay, on Slack. It is named Anonymity. So I'll resume my share. It's just before we continue, anybody has something to say, to ask about all of the projects we saw today? Well, my computer is stuck. I guess do you hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, great. So just 1 second and I'll share my screen. Just 1 second. Okay. So we're going to start and talk about anonymity. We were supposed to start and talk about it next week, but I'm sure you're all very fresh and energetic right now, so there is no reason why not to start it at this point. So yeah, what are the objectives of this lecture that we're going to finish next week? What is browsing the web anonymously and how to do it? Getting familiar with what's called tunneling and proxies that we didn't talk about up until now, the Tor network and the Tor browser, and what is called the dark web. I think we're not going to get to it today. And SSH, Simon mentioned it today. SSH is both a protocol and a server, and it can do something called port forwarding, tunneling, also be a remote shell. It's a big thing, SSH. So we're going to talk about this. A quote by the famous poet and writer Oscar Wilde: "Give a man a mask and he'll tell you the truth." So what is anonymity? Well, in the cyberspace, it has a few different definitions. The basic one is mostly in cyber, being anonymous is not knowing your real IP. Because actually, when you're working in the network as a hacker, as somebody who's trying to do some actions in the cyberspace, you're not connected to a Facebook profile or a Twitter profile. Being anonymous is not like not being in social media. Being anonymous is doing actions without other people understanding or knowing who is the person doing actions. And in the cyberspace, basically, we're talking about IP address. So how do I masquerade my own source IP? How do I operate from a specific computer in a specific geolocation on Earth and make it look like as if I'm a completely different person in a completely different country with a source IP somewhere else in the world? So it's just hiding your actions, okay? And usually this is done by taking whatever communication I want to convey and use a proxy. So I won't use the term proxy because now it will be confusing, but using a third player or a few other players in the way to help get my networking connections from via a few places all the way to my target. Okay, so it can be either a single bot or zombie that I'm communicating through, or it can be a line of different different devices that are talking to one another, and through them I'm able to finally reach my final destination. So Hannah is asking, I was wondering the same thing, but didn't Rivki say she needs proximal proximity? Wait, Mally is asking, so we should stop saving passwords on Google Chrome. Don't know. I'm still going to keep my passwords over there. I lock my computer with my Windows Hello, my own face, and I have my own password. And my Android device is locked using my fingerprint. So I feel comfortable leaving my laptop closed somewhere. Nobody's able to run any command on it, especially Rivki's script. Yeah. So Simon can't get into it. Yeah, you're sort of right. But on the other hand, every other password manager has your password stored somewhere. And all of the other password manager that are not Google passwords, that they are also enabling you to use their password manager, even if you're disconnected from the internet. So even if you're using Dashline, OnePass, I don't know what the names of them. So on every device you have the client on, the client saves the keys, the passwords somewhere on your device. And exactly the way somebody figured out how Chrome saves them locally, you can probably easily find exactly how Dashlane or other products are saving their passwords locally on the devices. And if there is even a client that does not save anything locally, but everything is saved remotely on the cloud, and you have to be connected to the internet to use it, still, if somebody breaks into the network of this company and gets all of the passwords from there, they're still able to get your password. The question is, who is more secure, your own personal computer or a big company's server? I don't have a good answer for that. So moving on with anonymity. So until now, using in your daily life, you didn't really have to use anonymity. So why would you want to use it? First, if you're a hacker, that's obvious. But then there are other scenarios where you maybe would like to it's not always just in order to be anonymous. Sometimes you just want to be seen as if you're accessing a website from a different country, and sometimes it's legitimate. So, for example,
I can give you an example.
What?
I'm originally from New York, and you can't access any of the New York government websites from Israel, where I am right now. So you have to use a proxy to get there.
Yeah, so this is one way, because if access is forbidden for a specific website by your source IP, so you can just use a VPN or a proxy to make it look as if you're surfing from the USA. So just for example, the Israeli website Yad Shtaim, it also filters users by their source IP, and if you're not from Israel or a specified list of countries,
what's the point of this? What's the point of Yad Shtaim like blocking these IPs? I mean, what do they have from it?
Specifically Yad Shtaim, I don't know, to tell you the truth. I don't know. Maybe Israeli sites, I think, are very much concerned about cyber, mostly because every year there are hacktivists trying to hack Israeli sites, and so it's like selling secondhand things in Hebrew. So who would want to use this thing in Morocco? Okay, for example. So in any case, nobody.
The same thing with some TV channels in Israel. Also, you can't access from abroad.
Yeah, so this is probably due to I don't know, something more regarding in every country you have agreements between content providers and content I don't know what it's called, what company has the rights to provide which television shows, etc. So a lot of these sites showing TV and stuff like that, Netflix, etc. They are restricting you to be from a specific country that, I don't know, have the rights to see the broadcast, etc. So this is one reason why you would like to be to be seen as if you're surfing from a different place. So bypassing security controls, for example, if you're in an airport and you're only allowed to, I don't know, browse a specific website, or if you are in, I don't know, any very restricted network, and you somehow find that it's that you're able to connect to a VPN or a proxy, etc., so you can bypass these controls.
I just have one more. I know I'm asking too many questions, so I don't disturb anyone. But do you know this kosher internet thing? So can they actually יכולים לעקוף את זה? They can, I don't know how to say in English. הם יכולים לעקוף את השמירה?
So you have a few implementations of doing kosher internet. You can do it in multiple ways, and of course there are ways to bypass it, even if you buy a kosher internet. But some of the kosher internet is basically they have a proxy server. We're going to talk about what a proxy server is, and all of your communication in the web, in the internet, is actually going through this proxy, and on this proxy they have these rules that allows specific users to gain access to specific websites. So this would be one implementation. Different implementation would be to use firewalls, to use a client that is actually installed on your own device, if it's a phone or your laptop. And each and every implementation can be like you can bypass each and every one in a different way. You just have to know how it is implemented. So destination restricted geo IP is exactly what you said. So some websites, for example, in New York, are only like government websites are only accepting connections from US citizens, from IPs that are located in the US. And you have a list of like examples of sites over here that are also have rules according to where your to your source IP, where you're accessing this website from. There are a lot of countries that are blocking the citizens' usage of the internet. A few Arab countries, China, a lot of others. Each and every one of them does it in a different format, but the basic thing is, they're just have this huge kosher internet that the state
Korea.
is North Korea.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, no.
Yeah, from North Korea, only a few selected people are able to surf from there. They actually have a few, like they have a good cyber groups from North Korea, and there have been a number of attacks from North Korea in the last years that are super interesting. I'll try to look it up for you, the names of their groups. But for most citizens in North Korea, I don't think they even have access to the internet. They only have access to an intranet of North Korea itself. So only sites of North Korea itself. And besides that, I don't think they actually have access to the internet. But yeah, so in countries like China or different other countries that have Iran also, that have that are blocking a very vast part of the internet, like so they also need ways to disguise their web browsing and ways to bypass all of these blocking agents. So how do we achieve anonymity? Actually, there are three ways. I don't really know other. These are like the three publicly available ways to be anonymous. Of course, if you're a hacker, there are additional ways. We're going to talk about port forwarding and tunneling. But basically, if you're an end user sitting in home, these are your options. Okay, so you have VPN that we've talked about, virtual private network. You have a proxy that we're going to explain what it is, and you have the Tor. And Tor is like a thing of its own. We'll talk about it and we'll explain exactly what it is. It is a browser. It is a protocol. It is the basic of what is called the dark web. So the first thing, a virtual private network. When we talked about it in the last class, I think it was, we talked about two kinds of VPNs. The first one was site to site, meaning if you have two different offices in two different places and you want to create and you want them to feel as if they're in the same local area connection, in the same LAN. So you have two VPN servers between the two sites. They are talking to one another over the internet, over the routers over the internet, but all of their communication are encrypted. And in both offices, the computers that are connected to these networks where these VPN servers are, they are able to access one another as if they are in the same LAN. Okay, so this is the virtual private network. We also mentioned the VPN where you have, I think it was called client to site, meaning your job place in the office has a VPN server, and you're able from your home as a client to connect to the VPN server. What happens is you create an encrypted tunnel between your computer and the VPN server, and then your computer at home receives an IP as if it has now an IP in the LAN of the company. So your computer gets a new adapter with a new IP, and you have IP as if you're in the same LAN as the computers in the office, and you can just talk to them directly. And all of the communication is going through the internet, but in an encrypted way between your computer and a VPN server on the office. Now, when we are talking about VPN here, we are talking about a site to a client to site VPN, just like I described right now, but a little bit different. Okay, so now we're not talking about a company that is allowing its employees to connect from their home, but instead of a company, we're talking about services. Okay, that this is, for example, NordVPN, or this is a VPN service called HideMyAss. So let's talk about NordVPN. It's probably the most the common one. So they provide a service where you are connecting to a VPN server of NordVPN. This NordVPN then gives you a new IP in their let's say LAN, okay? And when you're and then once you have this connection to the VPN server, you then are able to use this tunneled connection between you and the VPN server to create connections from the VPN server onward to a different I don't know, server in the web. We're having a slide on this VPN. I'm going to try and explain it better. Let's just mention proxy and Tor. So proxy is similar to the concept of VPN, but not exactly. In VPN, your computer is receiving an IP as if it is now a part of a new network. You actually get a new adapter with a new IP. In the proxy, you don't get a new IP. You have your own IP. It's just that there is somewhere a server in the middle. It's called a proxy, and you are able to contact it using a specific protocol. It doesn't really matter what protocol. And you're asking this proxy, please, proxy, can you please visit the website bbc.com and give the answer back to me. And so this proxy server just sends a HTTP request. You know, it's just browsed to bbc.com, gets the answer back, and then once it is finished, it is just sending you everything back. So bbc.com does not see you as an end user. It is strictly talking to the proxy server, and you are just receiving the website back from the proxy server. The difference here is you didn't need to get any new IP or get into a new network. And Tor is a whole different thing, and when we'll get to it, we'll talk about it extensively. Okay, so now we're talking about the VPN, and we're just trying to understand how NordVPN works. And again, it's not a VPN server that you deploy in your office in a company. It's a service that you and I right now can go to NordVPN. Okay, you can go to NordVPN. They only have, oh no, this is not what I wanted. NordVPN.com. My computer is slow today. Save big and get 3 months for free. I only have 9 more hours. Okay, so I can just buy this. Okay, I can just get this NordVPN, and once I bought the package, I'm able to connect to the VPN server. So let's see what they supply to me. Okay, this is my device, and right now this is the IP of my router. Okay, in the internet, my public IP is 1111, and somewhere in the internet, okay, let's say YouTube. Okay, the server of YouTube, its public IP is 3333. And if I'm just not using VPN and I'm surfing from my device to YouTube, YouTube will see that this is my source IP 1111. And if this is from Israel, it will know I'm from Israel, from right now from Haifa. Okay, so I want to use VPN, and I want this VPN to be in the US, and this is how it works. So we have another VPN server, the NordVPN. It sits somewhere on the internet. It has its own public IP, 2222. Okay, so I bought the NordVPN package, and I'm using their client. And once I've used their client, I'm telling the client, please connect to this VPN server. This is its address. I have my username and password, blah, blah, blah. And once I've connected to the VPN server, what happens here, let's add the thing. Let's add this drawing. I've created a tunnel between me and the VPN server. All of the things that are going over here are encrypted. And right now I got an IP, a virtual IP from the VPN server. So now I have a new adapter with a new IP. Now what happens when I want to, when I'm trying to browse YouTube, okay? And just notice that, you know, not only me, I'm not the only one using NordVPN. We have additional computers out there that are using NordVPN. Each and every one of them is establishing an encrypted tunnel, okay, encrypted communication with the VPN server, and each and every one of these computers gets another virtual IP. So this one will get the IP with .16 at the end, and this one will get .17 at the end. Okay, so now we are all part of this LAN, okay? All of us were connected to this network, to this server. This server sits somewhere in the US, okay? So this mountain is somewhere, is the peaks of the Colorado, I don't know, okay? Mountains. And this is where this server sits. And now, when I'm trying to connect to YouTube, so my source IP is this, and my destination IP is this. I'm sending my communication in an encrypted form, such that only me and the VPN can know what is going through this tunnel. Okay, this reaches here, and over here, I'm inside the local network area, behind the VPN server, okay, along with other computers that also have an IP in this local area network. And this LAN, such as every other LAN, has its own gateway. It has its own router. In this case, let's say the router's address is 2222. And so exactly like when I'm in my computer and I'm browsing to YouTube, the source IP that YouTube will see is the default gateway of my network. Exactly in the same way, when I got this virtual IP inside the LAN, once I will leave the LAN through the gateway of this VPN, it will have the public IP of the gateway of this network over here in the US. and then the request will be sent, okay, when the source IP is my gateway, as if this is my router, and this will be the destination IP. So YouTube will see my source IP as the router, the default gateway of the of NordVPN, okay, the public IP address of NordVPN. And when it will send the packet back, it will go back to the router. The router will then know how to give it back to my address, because there's a NAT over there, and it will go all the way back to my computer over here. YouTube is seeing as if I'm going from here, and I'm actually in Israel. Okay.
So can I communicate with your computers on the line?
Can you ask again?
Can I communicate with the other computers on the VPN network, because it's a LAN, so they're on the same network?
No, so you can't. I've just pictured them so that you can see that it is sort of a LAN. But if I need to guess how they really do it, you don't really. You're not really able to communicate with other computers in the LAN. Is that what you're asking? If I heard it correctly? Yeah. So basically, if you're configuring if you're not a good admin and you want to create a service such as NordVPN, you can create it in such a way that you'll be able to communicate with other computers, but I believe that they are implementing it in a way such that each and every computer is in its own separate network. I've mentioned the other computers just for you to.
And NordVPN is like the man in the middle that we discussed last time?
Is just like what?
The man in the middle that we discussed last time?
I couldn't hear you well, but it's not like we discussed last time, because the goal of the VPN that we discussed last time is to give employees the opportunity to get access to their LAN. Okay, you're asking if this is the man in the middle? No, in hacking, when we're saying man in the middle, we mean that somewhere along the line of communication is a hacker sitting and listening to your communication. A man in the middle is a situation formed when somebody in a malicious way became the central part in a communication. When you're using a proxy or a VPN, there is somebody in the middle, but you don't call it man in the middle because it is not of a malicious form. Moshe is asking, you will have to trust the VPN provider that they won't disclose your identity. Can government force them to give them info on customers? So NordVPN and others such as NordVPN, I think that it depends on the country they're running from, but they are obligated, I think, to give to authorities some information. So, for example, if the FBI, I don't know, has information about specific activity, I think that they can ask them, they have the authorities to get the logs from a specific time, from a specific IP maybe, but they don't have the authority to go to NordVPN and tell them, please give me all of your information. It has to be subpoenaed, I think. I don't know about US policies, but even so, it may be, it can show, it can tell you off. Is that how we say it? Like, it's not that secure for you as a hacker. But even if they get the VPN logs of who logged from what IP and to where, only if they are able to cross-reference these logs with other information, only then maybe they'll be able to understand exactly who browsed from what IP to what IP. But if you're really worried, then you would want to use other methods and not VPNs like this one. Wait, I got a lot of questions. Rivki was asking, when you're connected to the VPN, why isn't your source IP 2222? What is the purpose of the virtual IP? So let's just say, for example, my own IP on my computer right now is 192.168.1.5, for example. It's a local address. And if I'm browsing to YouTube, this will not be my source IP. My source IP will be my gateway, my router's IP. The same thing happens here. You're getting an IP in a new LAN. If you're using this IP to send packets, then if you're leaving this LAN, then this via a NAT, a router and NAT, then the source IP would be the IP of the default gateway. In this case, this default gateway is somewhere in the US. And you're right, the source IP will be 2222.
Can I ask the question?
Again, can you ask me?
Why does the VPN need to give you a new public IP? Why can't you use the original one that you had?
So I don't think I understood the question perfectly, but the VPN does not provide to you with a new public IP. It provides to you a new IP in a new virtual IP in the LAN. Okay, so this thing that starts with 10.0 is a local IP, and yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Warrant. Ellie's asking, is there any way you can know it is a virtual IP? No, because YouTube itself does not see the virtual IP itself. The source IP that the server will see will be the public IP of the VPN service. So YouTube will know that somebody is browsing through NordVPN because it's the public IP of NordVPN. But they will not be able to find out who is standing behind this VPN. Any more questions before we're moving on and not talking about VPN anymore ever? No. Okay. Proxy. Okay, so proxy is a different idea, a little bit more simple. There are a few ways to implement a proxy, but the idea is the same for all of these different ways. So what is a proxy? It's just another server in the middle. You have your own PC, you have your own, I don't know, YouTube in the internet, and you're just using another server in the middle. It's just in a different way than the VPN. So in some format, in some protocol, somehow I'm asking a proxy server, please browse to a website. The proxy server browses to this website and then sends me back the answer. Notice again, you don't get any virtual IP, no new adapter, nothing like that. So the proxy server can expose all the data sent, since the proxy server can sniff the data. This is actually an important thing. Maybe I'll go back to the VPN, and I'll try to show it over here. I want you to see something. So when I'm connected to the VPN, I'm creating an encrypted tunnel. Okay, let's call it a VPN encrypted tunnel between me and the VPN server. Now, all of the packets going here are encrypted. Now, what happens when I'm using this VPN to connect to the YouTube? I'm creating a connection, okay, from my computer through this encrypted tunnel, through this VPN, all the way to YouTube, okay, and back. Now, this is my connection. So over here, if I'm looking in the internet on the packets between me and YouTube, I can see the packets as they are. And over here, the packets are, the data inside the packets is going through an encryption. Now, when I'm connecting to YouTube, I'm actually connecting in an HTTPS. Let's do it in an HTTPS connection, okay? So over here, it's HTTPS. So HTTPS is already encrypted. So this stream of information going between me and YouTube is encrypted. If I'm going to take a look at the packets over here, they are encrypted using the HTTPS protocol. Once they are going through this encrypted tunnel, they are encrypted twice. The already encrypted HTTPS packets are then encrypted using this specific VPN encryption. Okay, so it is encrypted twice. We have an encrypted HTTP session inside, in this place, it's going through an additional encryption. Now, if I am the NordVPN and I want to see the browsing between my device and YouTube, I cannot do it as NordVPN because the packets that I'm seeing that are going through me are HTTPS packets. They are encrypted, and the only two computers that can decrypt it are the YouTube server and my own device. Okay, so NordVPN cannot open the HTTPS packets. This is in comparison to a proxy. In proxy, you are you're telling the proxy exactly where you want the proxy to browse to, and you're asking the proxy, please return to me the answers as they are. You cannot implement it in a way such that the proxy does not see the communication itself. So it exposes the data. Now, what types do we have of proxy servers? You can, there are a lot of types of proxies. You can use different protocols to access them. So the simplest one is HTTP, and the nicest example is Google Translate, actually. So in Google Translate, you have this feature where Google Translate is letting you translate a whole web page. Do you hear me well? Because okay. So if instead of a word, you're simply putting a URL. So for example, bbc.com, you can click on that. And now take a look at the URL over here. Okay, I'm browsing to translate google.com, and I'm asking it inside my HTTP request, please browse to bbc.com and do a translation for me. So you see what I have actually browsed to translate google.com, and translate google.com browsed to BBC for me. And even if I want, I can make it translate it from English to Arabic, okay? But what happened here is that the actual bbc.com server never saw that I, Omer, have accessed its website. So bbc.com saw the Google Translate server asking the bbc.com from it. Was I being clear? I'm just going
Can we
to
see it again? Sorry, I just didn't get it. Can we see again?
I'll say it again. I'll say it again. Actually, Google Translate is enabling you to use it as a proxy server. So I'm browsing to a Google server, okay? And I'm asking him, please browse to bbc.com. Okay, I'm putting bbc.com over here. I can put anything else, okay? What I'm actually doing is I'm telling this server, please, for me, browse to bbc.com. So the Google Translate server sends a GET request to bbc.com, receives the whole website, and then it shows me the results, okay? I hope it was clear. I mean, you can see it just in front of your eyes. You can just see a, where's English? You see a website and you see that this is a Google website, and inside this website, I get this bbc.com website. What is important to notice that I have never sent a HTTP GET request to bbc.com. I have only sent a HTTP GET request to Google to translate.google.com, and then other things happened from there on. Google translate.google performed as a proxy for me. So you can actually use it. You can use Google servers to browse to different sites.
Why can't we use Google itself to do that? I mean, what's the difference?
But if I'll notice that if I'm going to Google and searching for BBC and I'm pressing on BBC, notice that the URL that I browsed to is bbc.com, meaning if I'll open Wireshark and I'll see the communication from my computer, I have sent an HTTP GET request to bbc.com. I've created a TCP connection with this server, bbc.com. If I'll open, how is it called, Netstat? Right now, I'll be able to see that I have an established TCP connection with the server bbc.com, where when I did it from Google Translate, it was not in this, it was not like this. Oh, so Male is saying that your filter, yeah, perhaps your filter is filtering it because it is a known way to use it to bypass to bypass a lot of things. It's like the cheapest trick in the book to use Google Translate as a proxy. So if you're using a blocking software, it knows how to disable this. Yeah. But if your computer is not blocked, so it would work. Any questions? Okay, so this, for example, the translate the Google Translate thing that we showed right now is an HTTP proxy, meaning it's just a website. You browse to this website and then you tell this website, please do this browsing for me, browse to a different website and give me back the results. So this is an HTTP. Now there is another type, it's called SOCKS, and SOCKS is like a specific network protocol for proxies. So a lot of proxies out there are what's called SOCKS server. They're listening on a port, and when I'm communicating with them, I'm communicating using the SOCKS protocol. And using this protocol, I'm asking them, please browse to bbc.com, browse to youtube.com, and they can return using the SOCKS protocol the site back. So let's also show a nice example of this. Let me just close a few things so that my computer will survive this. Okay, so you can also try it on your own. You can open Kali. You just need to make sure that that your Kali is connected to the internet. So make sure that the network adapter is on a NAT or bridged or something like that. And now from Kali, I'm doing this from Kali just because I have Firefox installed on Kali, but I could have also done it from my own PC. So I'm just looking for Firefox, and I'm using Firefox simply because it is easier to edit proxy settings on Firefox and Linux rather than in Chrome on Windows. So I've opened Firefox and I'm connected to the internet, as you can see, and I'm going to a website called xroxy.com. Let me send it to you in the chat. Okay, it's just a website showing a list of a few proxy servers out there in the world, in different countries. And so in here, in this website, you have this proxy list, and then you can filter all of the proxies using, I don't know, the proxy port. You have a type of proxy. We're going to talk about types of proxies. So you have anonymous, all proxy type, and you can you can choose what protocol, if it's SOCKS, there is SOCKS version 4, etc. So I already took one of these examples over here. I just took a look at the IP of the proxy server, its port, and the protocol by which it works. And I went over here in Firefox to the settings. Let's see, preferences. Okay, to the right. Now opening preferences, I can search in preferences proxy, and Firefox has its own built-in proxy settings. And usually it is set to use system proxy settings that is just using no proxy at all, but I can change it to manually configure my proxy. And so I want to connect to a proxy that is running on SOCKS version 4, just because I went to the website and I saw that the protocol over here is SOCKS 4, and I've already copied the IP of the server over here. Okay, so you see this IP and the port, just as was listed in the website. I press OK, and then let's just hope that this proxy server works. So you have, for example, you have a lot of websites that you're browsing to, and they're just like, where's my IP or what's my IP? They can tell you according to the IP you're from, where you are on the globe. So for example, ipapi.com, and they're saying that I'm from Brazil, South Africa, from Sao Paulo. Okay, so this is where this proxy server is sitting, somewhere in Brazil. And right now I can go to, let's do bbc.com and see what language I get. Maybe I will get it in Portuguese or something. So let's try Microsoft.com. Invalid signing certificate. Okay, not working. Maybe YouTube. Just want to see that it's working. Well, it worked with the IP API. Potential security risk. Firefox detected an issue. Let's try and do it anyway. So this proxy is probably logging what I'm doing. Okay, so not a very successful example, but maybe we can just you can try it on your own and then just try to pick other proxies from the list, and maybe if you'll try some of them, one of them will work good. So they're not all working perfect. Anyway, they're free, so you have to be careful with these. Wait, I closed. Okay. Leah is asking, are all proxy servers safe to use? So the answer is no. They can theoretically sniff all of your browsing, and this can, Rivki is saying, this can all be set up on Firefox, not on Chrome. So on Chrome, I don't think that you can do specific proxy preferences on Chrome, but you can change the computer's proxy settings. So for example, on Windows, you can go to proxy settings, and you can, for example, do manual proxy setup and put the address and the port of the proxy server, and then the Chrome will automatically use it. It's just simpler to show it on Kali on Firefox. You also have proxies for other types of protocols, such as FTP. It doesn't have to be HTTP or browsing internet websites. And proxies can be changed together. So if you want to be more stealth, you can have 2 or 3 proxies in the chain. You can ask the first one to use the second one that will use the third one to access the target machine. Now, there's also, this was what we talked about is forward proxy, and there's also something called reverse proxy, and the difference between them is better understood by understanding who is using forward proxy and who is using reverse proxy. Leah is asking, how can you know if a proxy is safe? So from the website that I've showed you, where you have a list of a lot of free proxies, it's not safe. Only if you are using services similar to NordVPN, only that instead of VPN are giving you proxies, big companies that you're paying them, these are probably safe. And all of these free to grab proxy servers out there in the world are probably not that safe at all. But there is no way to actually know. So if you're using a proxy, just don't go into your bank account or stuff like that. Netflix account is okay, but bank account, no. Okay, so reverse proxy. What we've talked about right now was forward proxy, And where in forward proxy, I, the client, I want to connect to a remote server, and I want to do it via a third party. In reverse proxies, it's not like that. In reverse proxy, me as an end user, I actually don't really know that I'm accessing a proxy. Actually, in reverse proxy, the one who is defining the proxy or using it is actually the company itself. So if I am a company like YouTube and I have a few web server and I have a lot of incoming traffic, okay, so I have this one web server over here and I have this other web server over here, okay, so I have a lot of web servers in YouTube, and I have tens of thousands of users or hundreds of thousands, something like that. I have to somehow do load balancing between a lot of servers and enable everyone to get their videos online. So what happens is you have this YouTube decides to create a reverse proxy. It looks like a web server. It is open to the internet. And I, as an end user, I go to youtube.com. I simply go to this, browse to this IP, and I don't really know that this is a reverse proxy. I think that I'm talking to a web server, but actually what happens is this reverse proxy gets the GET request, the HTTP GET request, and behind the scenes, it has a lot of a few of other web servers, and it chooses where to send the HTTP request to. So I am sending a request to the proxy, reverse proxy server on youtube.com. I don't really know that it is a proxy. I think that I'm talking to a normal server. And then it on its turn goes to one of the different web servers. Now, these web servers are doing the hard work, okay? And this reverse proxy is just doing the work of load balancing between all of the different web servers. So if one client is requesting, I'm giving the request to the first server, and the next one I'm giving to the second server, etc. This way I'm balancing the load between the different servers. And the user at the end, I do not know that there are 3 different YouTube servers out there that are serving me. Okay. Any questions about that? I think that this would be our last topic in this class about proxies. Rivki is asking, does the proxy save any information about the user's browsing, or is each request erased when it is processed? So it is really depending on the implementation of the proxy itself. You as a client have absolutely no idea how the server is implemented. So perhaps the server saves all the logs of everybody and can save all of the traffic, and perhaps it saves nothing. You can't really know. Only if you are administrating a proxy server and you are creating this proxy server, you can create a proxy server where it saves everything or doesn't save anything. You don't really have a way to know. Okay. So we talked about forward and reverse proxies, and we are going to go through this thing, I think, next week already. And any last questions about proxies? No. Okay. So that's it for today. Again, at the end of this of the slides that I sent you, there are homework, but I don't want you to do all of these homeworks. So I'm going to publish your homework for this week if you want, I can publish no homework, and then you'll do it all next week. But no, most of you have already submitted the project, so I think it would be best to give you a small thing about proxies, and I'll just send you on Google Classroom the homework, and on Slack the exam materials for the exam in 3 classes from now. Okay, so thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, everybody.